Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fischer Random World Championship. My name is Fiona Stein-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Irina Crush. Irina, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Fiona. Looking forward to the start of the Fischer Random World Championship. We got some great players and some great pairings actually for the day. As we got Nepo versus Hikaru, and I remember some of their exciting clashes from
Magnus against Hikaru.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Magnus against Hikaru. Okay, sorry about that. I have read the pairings out wrong. Okay, why don't you tell us about the pairings, Fiona?
Well, I mean, now you're confusing me even. So Hikaru will start off with a match against Bluebaum. So first we'll have two games between Hikaru and Matthias Bluebaum from Germany. And then after that, the last two games of the day will be against Magnus. So even more exciting. Nepo would have been good, but a match against Magnus, of course, is always even more exciting. So the players, you can see the format on the screen there. There are two groups. So Hikaru is in Group B, alongside Matthias Bluebaum, alongside Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Fedoseev. And he will start off against Matthias Bluebaum. And Irina, we were just talking before going live about the time control, which is going to be extremely interesting. I've never seen it before. The players have 25 minutes without increment until move 30, and then they get 5 minutes and a 5-second increment per move.
Yeah, so it's like a rapid game without increment. And I guess the idea is to hurry the players up to get to move 30. That's the only way I can understand that. So you're basically forcing them to play quickly to get to move 30. So they got to make 30 moves in 25 minutes. And then they're going to still not have a lot of time. They're only going to get 5 minutes for the rest of the game with a 5-second increment. So, I mean, this is going to be a very high-paced speed of play.
Yeah, for sure. And then the way it works, so in the pools, the players are going to be playing 2 mini matches against each other. And for a match win in one of those mini matches, they'll get 2 points. For draw, 1 point, 0 for a loss. And then later on, once we get to the knockout stages, then we'll get some Armageddon come into play, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, it's all about making it out of the 4-player pool. So 2 players will make it out.
Yeah, I think what happened, Fiona, was that I read the pools A and B. I read that as the pairing, right? So actually, that was my mistake. So yeah, we got Pool A. We got Wesley So, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the young Uzbek star Noderbek Abdusatorov, and the wild card from the Icelandic Chess Federation. Since this event is being played in Reykjavik, Hjorvar Stein Gretersen. And in Group B, we got 2 top dogs and I guess 2 underdogs that are definitely going to have a hard time making it out of Group B. So we have Magnus, Hikaru, Vladimir Fedoseev, and Matthias Bluebaum. So, I mean, I can't help but see a pretty huge difference there. And, what should normally be a, fairly easy path into the knockout stage for Magnus and Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, fairly easy. I don't know. I feel for once, you're more optimistic than I am, Irina. I think Fedoseev and Bluebaum, they are 2 of the players actually. Well, Fedoseev was actually a wild card just before we get into the games. I think we have no games just yet. And in fact, maybe we're on the wrong page. Maybe we have to get out of that tournament and get into our Fischer Random World Championship.
Oh, yeah. Good idea. Well, there's another big event going on these days. It is the women's candidates matches, guys. If you want to follow some good chess, I think that's going to be really exciting. But let me find our game of the day and see if it started. I don't have any moves yet, Fiona.
Maybe we can just pull up the game and wait. Yeah. So I was just talking about how did the 8 players get there. So Magnus and Wesley actually qualified as the 2 finalists from the previous event. Then there were 2 online qualifiers held, one on chess.com, one on Lichess. And Hikaru actually made it out of the Lichess qualifier. Bluebaum, Abdusatorov, and now I'm blanking. Bluebaum, Abdusatorov, and who was the final? No, Fedoseev was a wild card, actually.
Really?
No, sorry. Fedoshev qualified. Now we're both
It
confused.
had to be, right? Because it would be a little unusual for him to get the wild card. I mean, there's a lot of people.
I was just thinking of the Russians. Nepo was the FIDE president's wild card.
Mm-hmm.
And Jorva Gretarsson was the local organizers wild card. So we had four online qualifiers and four invited players seeded into the tournament. And as we said, well, we're waiting for the games to start now, but it is really all in the first stage, which will last for 3 days. We'll have the qualifiers making it into the semifinals, and I think we've touched on most of the things now. There's 150K prize for first place, and I mean it is an official world champion title on the line. Wesley So is actually the defending champion. He had a crushing performance against Magnus in the final last time, won with a really huge score. So it looks like he's the man to beat. He is the title defender. And we have liftoff.
So we got a first move. Yeah, the one thing we haven't talked about yet is the position on the board, Fiona. So what do we have? Well, we have the king on e1 where it normally starts the game. So that's kind of unusual for Fischer random. We also have the rook on its normal square, the knight and the bishop. Wow. So there's really only a mix-up of like this bishop being here instead of the queen. Let's talk about castling. Castling is fairly simple. You move the queen out of the way somewhere and you can already castle king side. So that's quite likely. You can also move your knight out of the corner with a tempo. By the way, let's look at it from Hikaru's point of view. Hikaru is playing black. And yeah, let's just go back for a second to his first move. So on e4, he decides to go f5, and that opens up the queen. Yeah, that's the main, I guess, idea of that move, opening up the queen. And now, of course, knight g3 feels like very natural to me. I don't know. If you don't do that, you might even have to kind of wonder about losing that pawn.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about Fischer Random, right? You really have to think right from the start, because so often you make a careless couple of moves and you can already have lost a pawn that's undefended somewhere.
Great to have the
we see knight g3, which makes a lot of sense, developing the knight with tempo and also stopping the queen from hitting h2 after a check on 5.
Okay, so he went for that move. There was actually another interesting possibility, like d4, to also control that square and not let the queen go there. And I suppose on d4, if there was like a check trying to win the pawn, then you can just develop the bishop. So that's actually maybe even a better move that Bluebaum could have done. But he did go for the obvious knight development. And now Hikaru's got to figure out, I mean, where he's moving the queen. So e5 is certainly one of the squares. I suppose you could also just move back to f6. It's kind of tricky when you bring out your queen early in chess, right? It tends to get attacked, and you got to make these decisions right away.
And I'm sure Hikaru, of course, had f5 all planned out, and I'm curious that he's thinking now, because if he was planning e4, f5, this must have been one of the things they considered. There was actually an interesting question in the chat from Loki, who was asking, who do they get to consult beforehand for studying the position? Because Irina, last time we commented on Fischer Random, they were in St. Louis and the players were actually talking to each other. That won't be the case here, but they get the positions 15 minutes before the games start. And they are, every player is allowed to have one official second with them, with who they are allowed to look at the position, but not, of course, with any engine help. So each player is allowed to have one person there to look at the position with them for 15 minutes. I don't know if Hikaru brought someone. He usually goes with Chris Littlejohn to tournaments, so I don't know if Chris is there. I guess we'll find out. I guess there will be pictures from what's happening on site. So, and maybe we'll even get to Hikaru, who meanwhile has brought the queen back to f7.
Okay, so he's brought the queen back to f7. I guess main imbalance here is this trade for the white e-pawn for the f-pawn. And I would expect at some point that white would play this move d4, opening up the bishop, taking control of the center. In this position, it's fairly easy for white to actually develop, isn't it? I mean, Once you do something like d4, okay, your knight has an easy way out. Like this bishop can come out to f3. This bishop can come out, and then you can even castle long. So the question, I guess, for me is, where is white going to be castling? That's a really big mystery. He did go for d4 because the truth is, you know, you can also bring out your queen somewhere and just go short. And you're perfectly safe on the king side, I think, despite the open f file. And you would be perfectly safe on the queen side. So I guess that's what I'll be looking for, Fiona. Which way is white going to decide to castle? Now for black, well, black actually, because they still have this pawn in the way, it's going to take them longer to try to go queen side. So I would expect black probably just to go the obvious way, short.
Yeah, I would actually expect at first sight both to go short, just because it feels like that's so many pieces you need to get out before you can castle queen side.
Yeah, but it would be exciting to go long.
Opposite
and
sides.
I do think it's a viable plan. I mean, I do think, like, basically for white to castle long, it just involves making like natural developing moves, right? So they definitely have time for that.
Oh, and by the way, in the chat, Shydog has informed us that Chris, if I'm reading this correctly, is not in Iceland, and that I think Hikaru might be there on his own. So we'll see. I mean, each to their own. It's also, it can be, I think it's a very personal decision whether you want someone there who you can look at the position with, or if you just want to look at it on your own. That's, of course, every player's decision. And yeah, so Irina, you were saying you attempted, I think, to go queenside. Where would you develop the two bishops?
Where would I develop the two bishops? Okay, so it's kind of also a question. Should I ever try to play a move like this, Fiona, to get even more control over the center? Or is that just too much, too many pawn moves? It's kind of tempting in a way to have the pawn there. But I think, I mean, the other question is, should I have another pawn here? Should I try to go there before I play knight c3?
Get all those pawns out.
Yeah.
I was also wondering if I can ever consider going bishop h5. I know I run into g6, but my idea was that if black is going to go kingside, is g6 going? I was wondering if g6 might be a weakening.
Yeah, you want to provoke this move, yeah, g6.
But maybe black can just go knight g6 and maybe there is nothing. But then maybe you're f4 once
F4,
again. And...
yeah. No, I definitely feel like white has the preferable position, like no doubt. Like white's play is so much easier. And like for Hikaru, it's like, how did he get into this so quickly? Like, I guess f5 is the questionable. You know, I would say, yeah, f5, his very first move, that's a questionable decision.
It reminds me a lot of his play when we were commentating on the Fischer random St. Louis event. You know, very double-edged, very happy to get unbalanced positions, because f5 is I think e4 is a move he must have expected. I think it's the first move that they always sort of look at. So by going f5, it was already a clear sign, I think, from Hikaru that he's going all out here.
Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat that it's like there's no Scandinavian today, but actually that's a very Scandinavian-like move, isn't it? I mean, it brings out the queen and it loses tempo with that queen in exactly the same way as in the Scandinavian. So yeah, I think really this move is probably just not my favorite. I mean, it did give white a tempo to develop the knight. You had to move the queen again. And yeah, you're losing a bit of time with the black pieces. So Hikaru brings out this knight. Sure. I mean, knight's in the corner. Don't want to stay there forever. And now there's just lots of tempting moves for white. Yeah, so there is that just play you know, d4 c4. There's, you know, just develop the knight and then develop the bishop. There's, you know, make the pin at some point. I don't think it's a useless pin. I think it's kind of annoying as well for black.
And even your suggestion of f4.
Yeah, I mean, even well, here f4, I'll just say probably not my own suggestion of f4, because I mean, well, if you castle is the problem, right? Like, so wait, let me make castling. Wait.
Did you
Hold on. I am going to be able to castle here, am I not?
Go back. You just have to put the king on top of the rook.
On top of the rook?
And
you know what? I am doing that. Oh, no.
Why can't we?
Oh, no.
But I guess the events page isn't set up for I don't know. I'm really confused.
Okay. So this is
if anyone knows in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be quite funny if we won't be able to like get the castling in, and the whole game I'm just kind of like trying to pull my king there, you know.
But also, I think the events page is probably just not set up for it, because the engine isn't suggesting. Maybe it isn't one of the top 3 moves, but it's suggesting rook f8, which makes me think the engine does not realize that we can castle.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I wanted to castle.
Okay, chat is put the king on h8. The chat is suggesting.
Nope.
No, doesn't
work. He doesn't want to go. Weird. I wonder how we set this up. I mean, I guess Benjamin was operating the controls more when we did the St. Louis Fischer random.
But I don't think it's on our end. I think it's.
You think
it's on the platform?
Of the platform. Okay, well, that's great. I mean, it makes me feel better. But if we castled here, we would be hitting this pawn, right? So imagine, guys, that we can castle.
Sorry, Irina, to interrupt you, but I see someone in the chat is saying, is this live position correct? On Lichess, he's already castled, which makes me wonder, have they just crashed the whole site? Because if the platform doesn't realize you can castle.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, here we don't have any castling. We have knight g6, knight d2, and knight c6, so no castling.
But actually, I see on other platforms that he castled on move 4 after d4.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Let me figure this out. I bet I can make this work like manually if I need to. So
yeah, but we can't do that for every game.
It's gonna look a bit ugly, to be honest, but we'll try. So hold on. So I'm just looking it up. Okay, so he is apparently castled. But wait. Okay, no, that's not the right game. Here we go. Here's Hikaru. Right.
Yeah,
so he castled on move 4. Okay.
I think unfortunately, I'm reading the events page might just be down. So you'll have to bear with us. Yeah. Although it's working now for me. So maybe if you refresh, because I can see the live game now.
You can? Okay. Let me refresh.
I think just refresh the page.
Okay, that works.
Okay, we're back.
Wow. Okay, here we go, guys. Sorry for that issue with the transmission. Okay, so on d4, Hikaru actually did castle short. Well, yeah, we thought that was quite likely. Bishop e3. Okay. Knight g6 and knight d2. Well, I would say that Bluebaum is playing a bit conservatively, right? We can see that this system of development compared to some things that we mentioned is a bit conservative, right? That he doesn't have like a pawn here yet. And
on the bright side, it looks like he is intent on castling queenside, which should lead to very interesting position.
Yeah, so now I wonder for Hikaru, I guess the most obvious move to me is this one. Pawn in the center. And of course, I was already concerned about potentially blundering my queen. But thankfully, we have a block with a pawn. So I think e5 is something he'll be thinking about. But he played knight c6 first. That's fine. And oh, look at that. c3, interesting way of getting the bishop out on the diagonal. And Hikaru just goes d5. Okay, well, starting to look a little bit like a French defense, right? Fiona with this backwards e-pawn. Like one day we might see that pawn there, although we might just see it on e5.
Yeah, I would much rather see the pawn on e5. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way in which white can prevent us from going e5, but I'm not immediately seeing it.
Yeah, there's a lot of knight support for this move. So it looks like Hikaru will be able to do it. I guess the move that comes to my mind here for white is bishop b3. See if there's any thing to gain from this diagonal. Now, of course, we could get rid of the bishop if we want. We could go knight a5, make him move. But we can also just play here. And so what I like about this position for Hikaru is that he's going to have the center majority, right? Somehow he's actually emerging from this with a better center, which it was not necessarily obvious a few moves ago that that was going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said earlier. I think Matthias has played the opening a bit too conservatively. Like it felt like he got something nice very early doors, but then a few quiet moves, and I think Hikaru is doing very, very fine now.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, when I said I think that Hikaru and Magnus are the big favorites to qualify, I don't really see how those guys can put up much of a fight. It's also because of the experience they have in Fischer Random. I mean, Hikaru really has a good amount of experience in it, just playing right now this the 9LX event, right, in St. Louis. And then we saw that he was just quite good at this format. I mean, he had maybe a couple of, you know, bad games, like that one against Nepo. He didn't really survive the opening. But other than that, he seemed to be really adept at getting like interesting unbalanced positions from the Fischer Random setups.
Yeah, no, I agree with you for sure. And there's no denying these two are the favorites. I just think Bluebaum and Fedoseev both making out of the qualifiers. I mean, those qualifiers were very strong tournaments. So I think we just don't know very much about them as Fischer.
Yeah.
We know they're both very strong grandmasters, but we don't know, or at least I don't know, let's say, much about their level, let's say, at Fischer Random or their experience.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. But right now we got Hikaru playing the obvious e5 and Bluebaum thinking. So, well, if he castles queenside, then Hikaru is going to have a choice, right, in the center, what to do. I mean, he has the obvious capture here, which doesn't look bad at all, followed by perhaps just improving the bishop.
I also like the immediate, let's say, a5, just immediately launching the pawns on the queen side and asking.
It looks very attractive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite an initiative that we're building up, and somehow Black's king feels a lot safer than White's.
Agreed. There's a question for you in the chat from Wandering Bishop. Do you think Fischer Random shows who's stronger at pure calculation?
Oh, do you think Fischer Random shows who's stronger at pure calculation? Wow. No, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure yet what Fischer Random shows. I probably need to see a lot more of these events, guys, actually. I think Fischer Random for sure. Creativity is one thing that it's putting a premium on. Your kind of ability to create these interesting double-edged positions, seizing that kind of moment from, seizing the initiative as well. So is it just pure calculation? I wouldn't say that I see like a huge difference, guys. I don't actually feel like there's a whole lot of calculation going on.
Yeah, I feel in fact that it's a lot more about chess understanding rather than calculation, just sort of having a feel for where do the pieces want to go. And as you say, like creativity, understanding of the position.
Yeah, I think there's, sort of I mean, what is the major difference between Fischer Random and regular chess? It's that, the board is so ugly when it's set up, right? And so it's not necessarily a test on your tactics or your calculation. It's more like, how are you going to create harmony, out of that? So, so yeah, I definitely don't see yet a clear link to like the need to calculate better in Fischer Random.
Yeah, so, and meanwhile, what's happened? We had Queen B5 played.
Yeah.
And Knight E7 defending the pawn on D5. And as you're just highlighting, I guess C6 is a very likely candidate. Maybe Matthias will castle kingside after all, because suddenly C6, B5, A5, all of those moves come very quickly.
Yeah. C6 is a very obvious move from Hikaru. I feel like that's an easy one to predict. You know, build your pawn chain, restrict their bishop, and get rid of their queen. And I guess for me, the question is, okay, well, where's this queen going to go? It's going to go back, right? I mean, anything else would look kind of weird. So it did go back. And now is a big choice for Hikaru. I feel like, well, here you can start calculating moves like that. If you want to do some calculation, guys, this is really the first moment. What do I mean by that? Well, maybe for someone that's just completely obvious, it's good or bad. For me, it's like I have to calculate knight f4, knight e5. Oh, okay, take your queen, you take my queen, I take your rook. Okay, so I guess that's good for black. So basically,
let's put that here.
Yeah, we need to make sure that you can't just take that pawn with an attack on the queen. But thankfully, because of that rook being there, it looks like it works out for black, getting that whole rook. And we are up in exchange here. Sorry, we're up a rook here, but they're going to trap our knight and we're going to give it away and still be up in exchange. Okay, so we win. So basically, if Hikaru wants to play knight f4, he can, but he chose to go e takes d4, which is also very sensible, right? I mean, both of these moves were quite tempting. I mean, you can see why I wanted to come in with the knight, right? Well, actually, lots of tactics. Knight
there
takes
are lots of
tactic. Yeah. I mean, if you take, yeah, I'll take that position any day, no problem. Like your knight already is almost trapped. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hikaru's had a very appealing option in that move. But
yeah, he instead decided to capture on d4, but I guess he can still bring the knight to f4 on the next move.
Yeah, like, so let's say if pawn takes, then Hikaru might be seeing this diagonal. He might be like, look, that's a good opportunity to develop my bishop, and then this will definitely happen. And
why is the bar jumped so much here? Why is this?
I think it's just the king is in trouble. I think now we're going to be playing moves with tempo. And like, for example, how do you get out of check?
Yeah, ideally, I don't want to move the king.
Yeah, let's say you go knight d2. So I come in. I'm basically forcing you to like give up your bishop because where else would your queen go? That's not really a very serious option. So I get the bishop here. Now your pawn is hanging.
We should mention that the knight on e7 is hanging, but so is the knight on d2, so white cannot really capture that.
Yep, that would be a mate in 2. So basically, white decided that opening this diagonal was too risky, and he made the right call and captured with the knight. But you see Hikaru already with the black pieces after just 12 moves, already having a very nice position where he's castled, he's got the center pawn majority, and I think are quite nice play for his pieces. Like this bishop has a beautiful square over here. This knight has a beautiful square over here. This bishop is already partially developed, so he has nowhere really to go right now, but there's no hurry. I guess he'll go to d7 later. And there you go. That's the position. That's how you build the harmony. And he's done a good job of that.
Absolutely. I see there's been some calls in the chat to use your prime to get Matthias low on time. Absolutely. As always, we appreciate. I see the game too has just used his prime. Matthias is already dropping down to 11 minutes. We're only on move 12. Do you think, Irina, we'll see some players lose on time before move 30?
Wow. I actually think so. I think we will see this happen. I mean, 30 moves is quite deep into the game. And especially when you're thinking from the very beginning on your own in Fischer Random, you can't rely on 15 moves of theory. I do think it's possible. I mean, it's probably going to happen, especially when people have like difficult positions, right? But I would not be surprised at all if we see 1 or 2 losses on time in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think it's especially difficult to adapt to a new time control that you haven't played before. I think it might take a day or 2, but the games come very quickly.
Right.
Remember,
I was just thinking about my Armageddon game at the U.S. Championship. Yeah, very difficult to adapt to new time control that you haven't played before. I like completely forgot even about the time, and how like it goes from increment to no increments, and you're only going to get it move 60. And the other thing is that you also have absolutely no idea at what move you're at, because like no one's keeping score, which I actually kind of feel like, okay, just my 2 cents of feedback would be, I think they should keep the players informed about that. There should be a way to actually have these moves on a screen where the player just like looks over and is like, oh, I'm at move like 50. Because otherwise, like what exactly are you expecting them to do when they have no idea? Like, sometimes it could be really close. It could be move 58, 59, right? I mean, it wasn't close in my situation, but I'm just saying, like, being in that, having that experience, I can say that I think the players really need to be kept abreast of how much time they have.
I absolutely agree with you. Ghosty F Baby is saying, don't they write the moves down? So this is a rapid time control. So the players are not writing down the moves. I'd be curious to know in Reykjavik whether the players have a way, if they have a screen or if they have something to know which move they add, because I agree with you. It makes a huge, huge difference.
Yeah, and especially in this tournament, I mean, it seems like critical, absolutely critical, because the whole tournament is played with that no increment until move 30. So I think the players have to be kept informed about how they're doing on the moves. All right, so Hikaru went in with knight f4, queen d2, and knight eg6. Beautiful, love those knights. Knight g2. Okay, so white is trying to trade off pieces. I'm sure Hikaru, well, the most obvious move is bishop c7. I don't really see why he would say no to that. There are more elaborate moves, like saying no to the trade. I just don't really see him playing that move.
Yeah, it looks
I would
so
be really
unnatural.
surprised.
Yeah. I mean, in general, they say the knight on the rim is dim, right? Knight h5, for the people wondering in the chat, is actually surprisingly the top computer move, but it really doesn't feel... I mean, maybe the idea is to bring the knight back to f6 and to e4.
Yep.
I
mean, I don't know why that would be so dangerous, because white could just play f3 to restrict the knight if it were there. So this move, it feels like almost impossible for a human being to make. All right, so we'll see if I got that right, because I mean, it would be, if Hikaru plays it, okay, I'll take it all back, but I would just be very surprised.
Maybe f3 is a bit weakening, because white still hasn't castled. I don't know how weakening f3 will be if white castles kingside. It will also loosen up the bishop on e3 a bit, but still I agree with you that knight h5 looks a lot less natural than bishop c7 or taking on e2.
That's basically the same thing as bishop c7, because one pair of knights is getting traded in either situation. And I think, I mean, that's his point, to go bishop c7 here. So it's a very similar line. Okay, actually, he played knight e5 first. Okay, he wants to go maybe bishop f5 and knight d3.
Or maybe even knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4 or knight c4. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. I can see the trade made sense, because if you go bishop c7 first and there was something like that, I was wondering, are they going to play like g3 here, and where is your knight going to go? Right, like g3, I was looking at knight h3, but maybe just rook f1. Maybe rook f1 and no big deal. And then the question is,
the knight is a bit stuck.
Yeah, what's the knight doing? Like, what's the bishop doing? So I can see the value in what Hikaru did, because he's actually trying to keep better opportunities for this knight. Instead of having him on f4, he's going to have him on e5. And I would say that this gives a lot for white to think about. like a
I
lot.
really think that the time situation is already getting critical for Matthias, who only has 8 minutes and still 15 moves to make before the increment kicks in. Wandering Bishop, by the way, told us that he thinks there is a move count on the clock, which would make sense. So the players are informed.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's already only roughly 30 seconds per move from here on out for Matthias, who's just played Bishop D4.
There you go, Bishop D4. Okay, so you got to make a choice with the knight. I guess knight G4 doesn't make so much sense here.
What about your suggestion of knight C4?
Yeah, knight C4 is interesting. I mean, you get the bishop pair advantage, you put the bishop on F5. It's actually quite a simple and strong move. I definitely don't see anything wrong with that. And
does white have to take on C4?
Kind of has to. Yeah, I don't think you can really swallow this knight being here for very long. I mean, yeah, because I'm attacking B2, and if you go queen C2, there's bishop F5. So queen C1. Oh man, I know you just can't play like that. I mean, you're gonna have to take it.
I take your point.
Yeah, because you're not even like, I don't know, I might even go and pin you. You might not even be able to get your king out of the center. After that. So I think you got to take, and then and actually let's not forget that white can castle in both directions here. And
it's interesting that it's move 16 and Matthias still hasn't castled.
Yeah, and this is the safer way, right? Because you don't want to castle right into that weakened diagonal. So Hikaru didn't go for this though, although it's a pleasant position for him. He went bishop C7. So I guess he's like, you know, he wants to maybe discourage him from castling short. Maybe I mean, it does look a bit ominous to castle into that bishop's diagonal. Maybe he wants to get him to castle long, Fiona, so that then he can go things like knight C4 or A5, and he just thinks that's more promising, which I have to agree with. So I think bishop C7.
Yeah,
it's go ahead, Fiona.
Sorry. I think we're both getting at the same thing, is that it just keeps a bit more tension on the position for now. It keeps a bit more pieces on the board. I think especially as the time ticks down, it always makes sense to keep more pieces on the board. It keeps a bit more complexity. I like what you were saying about how the bishop is looking down at H2, and there's already some very serious questions here that Matthias has to answer, because the king cannot stay in the center indefinitely. And both sides look frankly scary.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's interesting that, well, I mean, Hikaru must feel pretty good about being the one with the safe king, right? And that white, you know, this late in the game is still figuring out what to do with their king. So, well, let's take a look at castles, because that seems to be the computer's favorite
By the way, just before we look at this, we've already had our first result with Nodirbek Abdusattorov beating Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that was nice and quick.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I'll tell you why. You know, that's why I didn't say the first group was as clear, right? I didn't say that, Fiona. I only said Group B was kind of like had those big dogs, because I didn't say that because of Abdusattorov in Group A. Like, he's in with Wesley and Jan and the Icelandic wild card Gretersen, but Abdusattorov is, you know, not exactly a huge underdog. Like, he's a person like that is capable of upsets, right?
He's also the reigning Rapid champion, so Rapid is a time control that he's probably not afraid of playing. Yeah.
And wow, we've been told that Anna Muzichuk resigned against Humpy Canero. And I would say that's kind of a fast win for Humpy, because they only started less than 3 hours ago, I believe. 9 a.m. Eastern. Wow. Well, it's in a 4-game match. It's tough to start your first game with a loss, but, you know, there is still some time to catch up. We'll see.
We'll see. We see that also Matthias hasn't castled, right?
No, he hasn't. He played bishop c2, right? So he's trying to improve the bishop, but now knight c4.
He allows knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 is extremely tempting, just going for that pawn. So what is his idea? Is his idea queen d3? That must be it, right?
And then
then
bishop f5.
Yeah, I think let's try to figure this out. It's quite interesting. Knight d3, queen d3. You're attacking mate. And obviously on bishop f5, you just want to trade, which I think Hikaru didn't go for that because that might not be so bad for white, right? But the key is not bishop f5. It's not like, see, this one is not like such a bad endgame for white because, okay, just needs to save that pawn, right?
Yeah.
The issue here was something like that. Now, why is this so dominating for black? Well, yes, this is a threat now. This is a threat. I guess it's just the combination of those two threats that's really powerful. But Hikaru started with queen h5 first. And let's see, knight g3 came pretty quickly. And queen h4 is probably going to happen because that's a very nice looking square. Obviously, this is a poison pawn, guys. You don't want to get anywhere near that pawn and allow a skewer on the h file and like lose that pawn. So Hikaru will go queen h4. And then, yeah, then white's not going to be castling. Well, I was going to say it's not going to be castling short anymore. It just looks so dangerous. But the computer still thinks that castling short.
Oh my God, it looks so terrifying.
It really is. I mean, look at all these squares around the king that you can use. Even that one, but okay, that's more like a hope threat. It's not a real threat because they're going to take your knight and then you'll like lose a piece. So yeah, you know, guys, like we wanted to make the fork, but actually my move also had the idea of taking the pawn, but okay, none of that works because they just take your knight and you can forget about that. Looks really dangerous, right, to let this in, but somehow white just plays it cool, goes h3 and is holding on.
And what's the idea after knight f2?
Yeah, the idea is, I guess, that there's a lot of pressure also here. General idea that like white has quite strong bishops, and even though they lose a pawn, actually black's king is going to come under attack. That's the general idea. Like, and also there's a little tactic, I guess, using that square, right? So that's you're going to win your pawn back with a normal position. So well, let's see if Mateus is going to have the courage to castle a kingside, and he doesn't, which doesn't surprise me because, like, I'm, you know, from a human point of view, guys, with the queen here castling right into that, it definitely looked dangerous. So I'm not surprised that he tries to get away from the queen, goes the other way.
Yeah, I think from a human point of view, this is the safer decision for sure. We see the engine doesn't like it, but I think most people would go queenside. At least he's castled at last. The king is out of the center, and I guess knight c4 is once again the move that is begging to be played, hitting the queen.
Yeah, why black doesn't have like a knockout blow, because unfortunately getting the bishop there doesn't win because there's always a block.
So by the way, I see, sorry, Irina, I see there's a lot of people in the chat who are confused as to why we're even talking about castling. So in case you guys joined late, this is actually Fischer random chess. So the rook didn't move to g1, it started on g1. So for everyone who joined late, yes, this is not just any old Fischer random tournament, it's actually the Fischer random world championship. So that's why we were talking about castling. The rules of chess, of normal chess, haven't changed. Don't worry, you haven't missed that.
Yeah, wow. And you know, Magnus has such a crazy looking position against Fedoseev, by the way, and that he, I think, is winning now. And Gregerson and Wesley So are actually in a very normal looking position where, yeah, it was like they're an end game completely different outcomes.
Maybe we can check that out later. because
Yeah.
you see we've actually had quite a few moves. So there's also someone asked, when will the next game start? It will. There will be a very short break only. The next game is already in half an hour.
So they're playing. Are they playing 3 games today, Fiona?
Four games.
4 games. Wow, that's a lot of games.
2 mini matches. So Hikaru will play 2 games against Matthias and 2 games against Magnus.
Oh wow. Okay, cool. Well, let's get to that second match now.
Well, let's win the first one first.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what's
Well,
happened?
Matthias is actually probably going to make the time control. I mean, he has 4 minutes to make 8 moves. I think that's reasonable. Hikaru is still keeping him under pressure. So he played knight e5 attacking the queen, developed the bishop, played b6, I guess just for potential c5 ideas. And then rook f7 to stop all kinds of rook e7 things. So, his advantage is not overwhelming here, I think, Fiona, but it's still pleasant to be black. It's funny, Fiona, I feel like this is a very difficult move for a human to play because the computer's in general liking this move for black in this position. But opening up the diagonal completely, the dark square diagonal by your king, is not one of the things that you do so easily. So I'm not sure, like, will Hikaru really find it in himself to weaken that diagonal? I would be surprised, Fiona. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. It's once again a move that as a human you're so hesitant to play. If at least it wasn't for the knight on g3, then we would have the idea of bringing the bishop to f5. But here, I guess also g6 isn't running away. He might, and we see that Magnus, I think, has just won his game against Fedoseev. He could always play g6 later. I would also be surprised if he plays it now. I also have to say credit to Matthias. As you said, Hikaru is better, but Matthias is by no means dead yet. And I'm impressed that he even, the position really looked quite dodgy. The time situation looked dire. So I think he did a great job to even hold on.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that he's still in the game is really good. And I think the idea of f3 must be to at least give this bishop a retreat square potentially, right? Because white knows that black always has the c5 move. And f3 is a decent positional move. Obviously, you're not worried about your knight getting captured. Like, this diagonal is something Hikaru always has to be quite careful with. And I guess this is why the computer is just advocating this g6 move, which it's unfortunate when the best moves in the position are like the hardest moves to make, isn't it, Fiona?
I know. Rook d8, I'm curious. This one you'll have to explain to me. Because I thought the rook on a8 was well placed to eventually push the a pawn.
Yeah, I think he's trying to go for this plan, Fiona, but he needs more support over d5, right? Because it's always going to hang. So rook d8, he's really showing that c5 is his idea. Bishop f2, queen h6. Okay. I would not be shocked if we saw, well, I was going to say move the bishop and play c5, but it's not easy to move the bishop. You can't just move him away because there's going to be infiltration squares. You can't move him there because it's going to get attacked. So Hikaru actually is going to have his work cut out for him right now. He's going to need to kind of switch from Fischer random to like his blitz skills now. Because, yeah.
Also, I mean, the top 2 engine lines are g6, which we already, said is not very human, and rook e8, which is also a very difficult move to make because you just brought the rook to d8 a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is that he's saying like, well, white's about to get the control of the open file and his rooks are just better than yours. So go rook e8, trade at least one rook. And it does make sense. But it also is kind of an acknowledgement, right, that you're not as better as you thought you were, because there's no doubt that black, was aware that they had this big initiative at some point in the game. And to play this move, it feels like, oh, I guess I'm not really that better. And you have to admit that. And that's one of the hardest things in chess, actually.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, we see Hikaru play the other move we were talking about. G6 is on the board.
Nice.
So that diagonal.
Well, maybe he felt better about doing that when there's no bishop here, at least.
That's true.
And so, I think, I mean, what are we going to see this queen do? Is it going to be like on F4? Is it going to be on F8? Yeah. I can see that queen going somewhere there or even there at some point. Oh, wow. So now apparently we can take the pawn. Are we really going to do that, Fiona? Again, it's one of those moves.
I don't know.
We didn't want to take that pawn for so long, but apparently now we can because this diagonal is closed.
So let's see. If we take on H2 and rook H1, queen takes G2. And the queen is saying, I'll just take all those pawns. Yeah, if
all of them.
Hanging.
Yep.
Okay, so not rook H1, but what alternatives?
Let me just figure this out. So what happens on bishop takes B3? I'm sorry, bishop takes B6. Oh, we can play queen G3 and we cover the bishop, yeah?
Ah, that's nice, yeah.
Yeah, so, wow. Not obvious that you should be taking that such a pawn. And let's see if Hikaru is going to make such a big decision. So they've got
it's a brave move.
Yeah, they've got 4 moves to go, and he goes
there
for
goes.
it. Oh. Yeah, Hikaru. Well, this is where calculation skills definitely come into play, and
for sure.
I think Hikaru likes to take material, right?
Yeah. The chat, it's funny. Jay was just saying, Matt was saying, Hikaru is a pawn grabber. He will take it. Right. And he did take it.
Yeah, that's what I also kind of know about him. And now Hikaru calls these things juicers, doesn't he?
Calls everything a juicer.
Okay, because I thought it was just the pawns. I need to learn the terminology.
I think everything can be a juicer. I think. Chat will correct me if I'm wrong, for sure. So there's a definition for you in the chat, Irina. There's no clear definition of what the juice is. The juice is whatever you make it. It can be anything.
Okay, there we go.
Nobody can define what it is. If you know what the juice is.
I got it. That's nice. Okay, so I actually have the chat up now in a better format than I had before. So that's nice, guys. So queen takes H2. He's still thinking.
It's also an unpleasant move to face, right? Because sometimes you just play rook E1 just assuming they cannot take because there's not enough time to calculate everything, and then they take it and you're like, damn it.
Yeah, and Mateus, wow. He's got under a minute now. That's
4 moves to go. So
yeah, that's still a lot of moves for under a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, so what do you do? I mean, because, okay, knight f1 has been played, and I guess we can capture on g2.
Yeah, there's that involves sacrificing the queen, because if you take here, now your bishop is under attack, and so is your queen.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta take the bishop and then take the rook. And you do have rook, bishop, and 2 pawns for the queen, which is, some advantage. Although, of course, I feel like in blitz chess, it's always easier to play with the queen, right? Because it's just easier to attack things. So I'm not 100% sure that Hikaru will go for that.
Yeah, he hasn't taken on
Yeah,
G2.
he just goes back, which I think makes a lot of practical sense. You took 1 pawn and you keep the queen on the board. Yeah, I think that is, again, like, it's a human decision. Okay, knight e3. Challenging our best piece, yeah? Yeah,
do we have to exchange? Can we go b5? There's a lot of things we can do, but Hikaru decides to exchange on e3 and drops the queen back to f8.
Yeah, so, okay. It's not such a bad position, I would say, for white. So white has very nice rooks doubled up on the open file. This king is definitely a drafty. And black's extra pawn is still very difficult to use, right? So, I mean, I think the whole game is still ahead here.
And this was the final move. So this was move 30 for Matthias. As you can see, he has now received his extra 5 minutes. And from here on out, now Hikaru also got the extra 5 minutes. They will also have a 5-second increment per move from here on out until the end of the game.
So TJ is asking, do we like to play 960, Fiona?
I do, but I do it very rarely. I mean, when I stream, sometimes I'll have a chess 960 arena. I think it's fun, but I don't really get many opportunities to ever play it. And you?
Yeah, I would say also just not so many opportunities. It's not like there's tournaments like this organized very often. But in general, yeah, I have nothing against it. I'd be happy if they'd said, you know, for a year, guys, we're only playing chess 960 in the world. Are you okay with that? Yeah, that'd be fine. No problem.
Especially, I really don't like, I'm very bad at chess openings and remembering them. So actually, it'd be perfect if I could just play chess 960 instead of normal chess. I take that offer. So we've had one pair.
So we've had some changes and on the board. And at this point, you know what this is starting to remind me of? It's kind of, well, it reminds me of all my games in the US Championship. My most recent tournaments. But basically, Hikaru is on the wrong track here, right? White's got the initiative. And apparently the best move is the C4 move. Just trying to break up the structure, trying to get this diagonal. And it definitely looks awkward, right? I mean, like, look at this rook compared to that rook. That's a really big difference in rook power. I mean, look at that king, completely safe. Look at our king, not as safe, right? So I am kind of worried for Hikaru's position here.
I'm also worried. I mean, when the chat was saying he's a pawn grabber, maybe we should have grabbed that second pawn, but those were the last seconds before move 30. Sometimes you feel like I have picked up one pawn, let's not get too greedy. But as you say, suddenly white is getting all this counterplay.
Yeah.
And now how do we react to c4?
Yeah, c4. So this reminds me of the moment in my game with like Jennifer Yu in the 12th round. And it was a game where I was playing black and I was, you know, better kind of the whole way. And I was up a pawn like Hikaru. And at some point I was also like trying to, you know, like, well, I was trying to win, right? Trying to avoid any drawn continuations. And I basically got to a position where I lost my harmony for a move. And I had some move like H5, like similar to this move, this pawn thrust, where suddenly like, you know, white takes over the initiative despite black being up a pawn. So yeah, this is a familiar scenario to me. Like you're better, you win material and suddenly something goes wrong and you're actually under pressure. Congrats on the good showing at the US Championship, Keith. Yeah, thank you guys. You know, it depends on how you interpret it. I have to, you know, well, of course things can always be worse, right? So you got to be kind of grateful for all the good things. I cannot say, you know, that taking home like 30,000 is a total tragedy. But it's still, yeah, of course, my overall feelings about that tournament are like, I better never let that happen again. So I'm just, I started to bring up my chess.com puzzle rating, Fiona. Since the tournament, I brought it up like 600 points, and you know, I'm going to keep doing that.
I mean, watching from afar, it just seems like 2 games and then an Armageddon to decide the title. It just feels like such a brutal format.
I mean, it was brutal in a way. I'm not sure how they can make it better, you know, Fiona, because like, let's say, I think these playoff games, they used to be longer. Right. They used to be like when I remember, like, you know, when I was playing these playoffs, like, you know, 10, 8, 7 years ago, they were like 25-minute games. And now they were cut down to 10-minute games. But in a way, I actually feel like that's OK, because after a 13-round tournament, you know, the players are just exhausted. Right. So you're basically just like finding some format where they can play for an hour and just be done with it, which I think is merciful in a way. Right, because there's a lot of stress, and to ask the players to play like a whole day of chess, is also not so easy. But so I didn't really mind that it was like 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's, it gets random the shorter it gets, right? That's just how it goes. But you have to be, prepared not to blunder all your pieces. That's it.
Of course. And well, meanwhile, in the game, and I'm sure you'll be back next year. We'll all be rooting for you again. As you said, it's still not exactly the outcome you wanted, but still, it was a great tournament. Now we see Hikaru has allowed Matthias to capture on d5, and he's now using the pin against the queen on d3 to try and recapture the pawn that way. It looks like Matthias has to find f4 here to keep an advantage, which how easy to find would you say that f4 is?
Not that easy. Definitely not that easy. I mean, yeah, it looks like Hikaru is just prepared to capture back with a good position and threatening the discovery on the queen. And I guess that's the point of f4, is that you're preparing to move the queen away from the discovery and also hitting the rook. So, I mean, look, do I think it's possible? Yeah, I think it's possible to find it for a strong player like Matthias. But I mean, would I be shocked if he didn't play that move? I also wouldn't be shocked, right? I think it's like 50-50.
Yeah, it really feels like this is a crucial moment here, because if f4 is played, Hikaru will have to be quite careful here.
Yeah.
But if f4 isn't played, then he can very easily take the upper hand, and f4 wasn't played. Instead,
there we
Matthias,
go. There we go.
Yeah.
Wasn't that easy? I mean, look at this. Look at those tactics that white is setting up. Yeah, well, the black king is weak. That's the problem.
And so instead, queen e3 is a move that we're very relieved to see over here.
Yep.
So let's see, what is that?
Okay, so actually, Hikaru can take like that. I don't really believe he will. It's funny because you're taking on an isolated pawn, which is also a pass pawn. But okay, he goes for rook d5. That is
a lot
much
more natural,
normal. Yeah. And what's the idea, Fiona, on bishop b3? Like, what's the big? Oh, it's rook e5, isn't it? That's the big point. And black survives to tell the story. Okay. So at least black's king is still hasn't been shattered open, and rook e5 is an idea regardless.
And as Paul Sargelli is saying in the chat that still f4 is the move here that Matthias should play, otherwise Hikaru will take the advantage again.
Yeah, f4, I mean, f4, it is natural here, I feel. Okay, he plays bishop f6, also stopping rook e5. Yeah, looks kind of normal. I don't really see this as a bad move. Okay, by the way, Hikaru is still up a pawn, right? That's important to remember, because we kind of I think it felt like forgotten along the way because we were so concerned about his position, but he is up a pawn.
So maybe we can even start looking for some piece trades. I was thinking of bishop d8, but Hikaru goes for bishop g3, which I also like, to go forward rather than backwards. And preparing to.
Yeah, so where is this rook gonna go? h1. I guess h1 is the obvious square. Hikaru's got a minute lead on the clock, but now they're getting 5 seconds a move. The king hasn't been shattered. Is that a Sevion reference? Yeah, that whole episode was pretty funny, wasn't it, guys? It was not a Sevion reference. No. Okay, so bishop g3. Rook h1, queen d6, bishop c3. Still seems completely unclear, right? On the board.
Yeah, it's still messy, and now the time is really ticking down. Very soon Matthias will be playing on increment, just with the 5 seconds, which 5 seconds go by really, really fast. Rook h1 has been played, though. We are expecting queen d6, I guess.
Yeah, queen d6 seems like the natural move to me. But, the problem is that when the bishop moves back, you don't really have any infiltration squares on that file.
Yeah, it's an extra pawn, but it's a long grind, and Hikaru always has to be careful about his king position, because now that g6 has been played, there will always be, as long as that dark squared bishop is on the board, we'll always have to watch out for some danger to our king. But he does go for queen d6. Matthias drops the bishop back to c3.
Bishop c3 and bishop f4. Okay. Queen e2 or queen f2 here, I guess. Yeah, but Hikaru's position is looking pretty solid, Fiona. Yeah. And I feel like one thing that Hikaru wants.
Also, sorry, Irina, but because the time's ticking down so much, queen e4, and the bar did not like that move whatsoever. The moves are coming in very fast now.
Wow. Okay, let's go here. Queen e4, bishop e5. Yeah, trading the bishops.
Wow,
okay, so
h5.
Getting that dark squared bishop trade on the board, which is definitely favorable for him. And you know, his king side looks a bit weak, but holdable, right? No big deal.
And bishop b3, the engine did once again not like at all, because apparently there is bishop c3 here. What is that about?
Yeah, because on bishop d5, queen d5, and we're hitting the a2 pawn, right? We hit that pawn.
Very nice.
Yep. So that gives us a chance to
see this.
Yeah. Oh, he'll see this. He's even got tons of time, and his opponent's got 10 seconds. So I will put my money on Hikaru playing that move, and he did. And yeah, wow. And he's playing in the end. Oh yeah, how does that go? Queen a2, king c1, bishop b3. Oh, and his king is like escaping. Well, he's definitely taking on a2 here. Okay, it's actually not a clear win. It's not like a forced checkmate or anything like that, Fiona, because I was thinking maybe we could take the pawn, you go there, and maybe we bring in the bishop for some kind of threats of checkmate, but then you can probably make a draw with these sort of queen e1 check.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the king escapes there. So what's the plan? We take on a2, king c1, and then once again the computer just wants to go pawn grabbing instead. Okay, this is a surprise. Hikaru doesn't take on a2, he gives a check on d3 instead. But his idea is he wants to take the pawn on c3.
Yeah, queen d3, king c1. And, well, he can take that pawn too with check. So he'll get 3 pawns on the queen side.
And I mean, even if the engine says this is only minus 1.6 from a human point of view, when you're playing on increment, I feel like unless you find a perpetual somewhere, there's no chance you'll ever defend this.
Yeah. Definitely a lot easier for Hikaru. And actually, I don't know, has Matthias lost on time? Because right now his clock is reading 0.
No, we see the
still
footage.
Playing, right?
They are still playing. So I guess the times are off a tiny bit. But
okay, Hikaru took the a2 pawn already. And he kind of brought his queen to d2. Okay, and Matthias has like 7 seconds now after making his last move. Okay, so I think it's looking pretty good. Oh, we are not getting the moves anymore, but let me see if I can refresh. Okay, let's see. Yeah, here we are with some moves. So he has secured his king in a way by having the queen here protecting that square. Started to move the pawns, and I guess it's the c pawn that is headed forward. And Hikaru still hasn't pushed it. Hikaru was thinking he's got 50 seconds, yeah, I think, from what it looks like, 50 against 6.
And okay, there he goes. C4 is on the board. And it's really hard to see how you're going to stop that pawn. Can we keep pushing? Oh, I wanted to keep pushing, but the engine did not like that at all.
Oh, wow. Wow, there's always going to be counterplay with queen c7 now. In fact, even like right now, this move is annoying because the queen is using this. This feels like the sort of stuff that I do, Fiona. Like, the blunders and from the winning positions, like, oops, here's the perpetual.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I don't know. I expect
unfortunately,
queen e5 because it's just for someone who has no time. Why would they
yeah,
even
it
think
has
about
been
doing anything
played on
else?
Queen e5 has been played, and King f8 is on the board. So maybe we can just manually put the moves on the board.
Oh
So
yeah, okay. Queen
Queen
e5, king f8.
e5, King f8,
Yeah.
and
Wow.
Rook h4 played.
Okay, rook h4 is maybe not so good because there's c2. Don't we just queen the pawn now?
I mean, unless no, Hikaru gave a check on d1, and King h2 has been played. But yeah, c2 looked like I'm very confused. And okay, they're moving too fast. The rook has come to c4 somehow, but I don't know what did Hikaru play.
Yeah, sorry, my other computer like turned off, so I don't have.
Irina, maybe we have moves. What if we just refresh?
Refresh.
No, just sorry, the other.
Okay, so here we go. We got some moves. Oh wow, that's pretty exciting. So
okay, it's a real mess now.
Yeah. But Mateus is still in the game. Yeah, he's still holding on.
I mean, what
is he thinking about? It's kind of okay, bishop b3. Wow.
The moves are coming so fast. It's hard for us. Like we can see on the camera that the players are moving so fast.
Queen c5 looks like a good try. He did put that on the board. Ooh, can you make a queen?
Yeah.
Check. And then there's no more checks after king h6.
And there it is. C-pawn has finally queened. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that check and you hide, and the one queen covers that, the other queen covers that.
And Hikaru has won the game. Oh my God, Irina, what a start to this Fischer Random World Championship.
Yeah. That was an amazing game.
Wow.
Yeah, Mateus looks a bit disappointed. Yeah, they're kind of like, well, they know that like a lot of random stuff just happened at the end.
Yeah.
Right. Let's just go back a little bit for a second, Fiona. So somehow Hikaru allowed, I mean, he was better here, but what was the mistake? He probably needed to secure his king a bit better, like maybe a move like queen d4, right? Covering this diagonal. But of course, he didn't really want to let this king out. But he didn't have to, right? He could have gone like there, and then maybe a move like that. Because now the king really doesn't want to go forward.
Because the bishop
if he goes backwards, then you start pushing the pawn, right? So this is the way to do it. You always want to secure your king, guys, when you're playing against a queen. And so the problem with the way Hikaru did it is he pushed the pawn first, and then this diagonal wasn't secure. And White's queen really was able to utilize it for a lot of counterplay. Now, so for some reason, he didn't just give the check. Maybe he was trying to win. I mean,
I wondered that as well, actually. Yeah. I wondered if, and I think he got some chances at some point.
Yeah, apparently the best move here, well, it does make sense, is king h2. Because the king is getting out of the way. It's kind of great to get him out of that first rank, so you don't have to worry about black queening with check. And after king h2, c2, there's this very annoying checkmate threat suddenly coming from a8. Wow. I mean, look at the power of the queen in the center, right? You just cannot make a queen because that's literally going to be mate.
Yeah, I mean, and here Hikaru has to find only moves to keep. I mean, they only move queen d5 to even keep the game in the balance.
Right, and then the problem is you're not actually like getting very close to promoting, right?
Yeah.
So that's what White should have done. And I mean, but okay, he went rook h4. But you see, the problem, guys, is the same idea, except the king is much worse because you never want your king to be on the first rank to be checked. And so here, Hikaru, for some reason, I don't know, he didn't push the pawn. Like, wait, that's so weird, right? Because I mean, why wouldn't you want to promote with a check?
Was he worried about Queen H8?
Oh, he must have been worried about Queen H8. What's the deal there? Is it, hold on, let's try to figure it out. Queen H8, King E7. Well, there's a lot of issues, aren't there? Oh yeah, well, he was definitely worried about that. I can understand. Queen H8.
Yeah, I think with like 10 seconds on the clock, you would be worried.
Yeah, that's why he didn't go for that, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
almost impossible to calculate out this line and be like, oh, right, I'm winning.
Yeah, because there's also rook d4 check.
Yeah.
And okay, the engine says bishop d5 and you're winning.
No.
But...
This is pure computer stuff, right? Like no one calculates this.
No.
With like a few seconds left. And the funny thing is, like, even this move even loses because of Queen D8. So it does look like he might just be losing. And so if that's what this line rests upon, this move, and then your king kind of like runs, yeah, that's just not realistic. So that's why he didn't go for that winning move. That was hard. So he went.
Irina, Wesley is still playing. Maybe we can go there.
Yeah, Wesley. Okay. Wesley is right here. And what's going on? Well, he's winning.
What?
I guess. Yeah, he should win in the long run, although they don't have a lot of time. And wow, they've played 90 moves.
Isn't this endgame, Irina, one of these weird endgames where even if white loses the A pawn, isn't like queen and G and H in some positions a draw or something?
Only if I'm playing with the 2 extra pawns, Fiona. I've drawn one of those with 2 extra pawns against Anna Muzichuk in Rapid once, but it's completely winning.
Isn't one of them like a draw?
No. Once you win, if you win this pawn, you're definitely winning. And
like, I mean, there is one endgame for sure. Chat, help me out here. There is one endgame I'm thinking of with 2 extra G and H pawns, which can be a draw in some cases. Maybe it's
with
not
very rare exceptions, like there's some rook endgames. Definitely not a queen endgame. Yeah, I think white needs to fight hard not to lose that pawn, but I don't think at the moment he doesn't seem to be losing it. Yeah,
in fact, like, how does black even
Hyovar, right? Am I pronouncing his name right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice for the underdog to get like a draw.
And I think he will get it.
Yeah, maybe. But you know, these top players, they're so merciless. You know, it's like the game is never over until it's over.
Of course. Oh, but if he can trade the queens, then it's gonna be a lot easier.
Oh yeah, that was okay. That actually is forcing things along.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he can trade now and go King D4. Nice find.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, because it's an A pawn, right? So like, even though black gets the opposition here, it doesn't matter because they agreed to a draw here. But the idea, guys, is it doesn't matter that black has the opposition because you can just go to D4, and this is never a winning move because you're only going to be stuck with a side pawn, right? Your pawn is not going anywhere. The king just gets in front of it, and that's it. Wow. Well, that's a good save. That is a good save in the queen endgame, and he defended that queen endgame for a while.
A long time.
A knight endgame that became a queen endgame, and he was definitely on the defending side, and he was, I guess, losing somewhere. Yeah, it kind of feels like, isn't this completely losing? But I guess he was afraid of taking the pawn because there was some trick with that move, and you can like sack the knight and try to like promote the H pawn. He didn't want to get into that, so he did that. But ultimately, he let this happen. Oh, wow. Well, this is not the most obvious move in the world, is it, Fiona?
No.
Going
even
knight into the corner.
I know. But knight H6 looks good enough also, so where...
Kind of, but I don't know. Like,
it's not so
nothing
easy.
Is really that clear.
No.
King B4, King G8. So like, this is the winning line. Okay, so you just let them take your knight, and then you get into a race with them. And white queens first, but black queens next. Oh yeah.
And now the king,
this one is
the black
winning,
king,
gonna win this pawn.
Yeah. because the end game
always
we
have the
saw.
check.
Mm-hmm.
So this is hopeless. Yeah. But you know, it's like, it's not, when you're down to seconds, it's not like it's obvious, right? You have to calculate that position like 5 moves ahead. So he tried this, and he again could have gone for king b4. Oh, he put his king on the wrong square. He needed the king there. His king wound up in the wrong square. Yeah. Can you imagine? Like, why would you want to have your king there?
This is it's very surprising, actually.
No, that's the thing. It's not surprising when you got seconds. You do the stupidest things, Fiona. That makes no sense, that you will never be able to explain. Like, of course, the king is not good on d5, but
I know. Yeah. I mean, what we're going to do a very quick break, because the next game starts already in 4 minutes. So we're going to take just a super quick breather, and we'll be right back with the reverse color matchup between Hikaru and Matthias Bluebaum. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to game 2 of this first mini-match of the Fischer Random World Championship. Irina, now Hikaru will be playing white against Matthias, and the nice thing about having won game 1 is that all he really needs is a draw. It doesn't make a big difference. It could make a difference if we get down to tie breaks later on, but the most important thing is to win the mini-match and bag the 2 points. So the pressure is really on Matthias now to hit back.
Yeah, and I kind of feel that Hikaru, if I were him, I would just go with the same move that Matthias used. Because, well, it worked out just fine for Matthias. He played it a bit too passively in the opening. But I feel like what Hikaru did as black is not really a giveaway as to what Matthias should be doing. Okay, well, Hikaru goes in his own direction. But I feel like if he would have played e4, I definitely don't think that Matthias would be, copying him with the move f5. But anyway, Hikaru decides to go for a c4. Okay, more like English opening style. And now black can either go for c5 or f5 or even e5, I would say. I don't see really why that's so foolish. Seems like a possible move to me. e5.
By the way, just to answer a question from G Sums is saying, is it the same starting position as last game? Yeah, so every mini match, the 2 players will play each other from the same starting position with alternating colors. And Hikaru will actually be playing another mini match against Matthias in 2 days from now. So 2 mini matches in the brackets. And Matthias has indeed gone for e5, and look at Hikaru's response.
What did he go for g4? What's funny is that I was saying, yeah, this move looks really normal to me. And I saw that the computer didn't completely love it because of this move. But I was like, but who's gonna figure out that refutation,
That's
right?
Crazy.
And there goes Hikaru with g4. Wow. And okay, I mean, d6, okay. I mean, I would say it's not completely crazy. Of course, the rook supporting the pawn is definitely a clue. And we know that these kinds of ideas can be dangerous, right? Lots of openings. So actually, it's pretty cool that Hikaru is going for this, and Matthias going for f5, opening up the rook, and also allowing the knight to come out with a tempo.
Yeah, so this is going to heat up real fast. So let's see, what if we capture on f5?
Yeah, by the way, I'm just looking at what the other guys did in this opening. So Nepo actually did go for e4 against Abdusatorov, and we know that Nepo is in a must-win situation, right? Imagine the pressure he's under right now, like losing to a lower-rated player and being on the verge of getting, I guess, oh, well, nothing actually happens. You can still qualify, but it's definitely a lot harder if you lose that match.
And by the way, just to address what Chessbender said in the chat, he's saying they can do some computer analysis before the games and in between, since they know they are not allowed. They are not allowed to consult the computer, so they get the position 15 minutes before, but they are not allowed to consult the computer either before the first game or in between games.
All right, so Hikaru traded on f5, went knight g3, and bishop e6. Okay, so of course the obvious move here, in a way, is d3, opening up the bishop and protecting the pawn. But then this bishop is a bit unhappy.
Can we go for some kind of stone wall, like d3, e4, get the bishops out, castle queenside?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but he's probably not going to want to give up squares, to black.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
E3 is interesting as well. E3 and d4, keeping the dark squared bishop kind of blocked in. And even like these ideas of attacking the unprotected pawns in the position, is possible, because then you can go bishop c2 and you can basically make a couple of attacks, right? So there's quite a bit of choice here for Hikaru, and he went for e3, which is a computer favorite, and it also nicely opens up the bishop. So yeah, pretty nice stuff.
Yeah, it's such a, I'm a bit quiet because I'm just staring at the position, because this is sometimes in chess 960, the position can quite quickly resemble something we know, but other times like here, it's just like, okay, what is even going on here?
Yeah, our chat is saying the idea of a classical 960 game where you get a data prep with computers in advance is kind of fun, though. Like, no, friend, that's not the point of chess 960. We already got that in regular chess, where you can, work for hours with the computer on your opening prep. The whole point of 960 is to eliminate prep. So I think we're not going to accept that suggestion.
So after e3, Matthias responded with knight c6. b3 was played by Hikaru, indicating he probably wants to develop that dark squared bishop to b2.
Yeah, I mean, it's first of all, so I'm so amazed at this, right? So far, the computer has been saying that Hikaru is like playing this perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And now the computer just offers up this move. Like, that is kind of crazy. Just an insane pawn sacrifice. Like, no one playing this would be like, oh yeah, this is a really great idea. Just give up the pawn and I've got obvious compensation. So like, what is the computer thinking about here?
Especially when you only need to draw.
Yeah, I mean, so he just goes, sacks the pawn, attacks that one. I mean, like, I guess he's got some ideas, various initiative kind of ideas. Yeah, with queen e4. Pretty amazing. I mean, just an example of something that is like the computer can see, but for a human being, there's such a big gap in seeing ideas like that, right? So Hikaru goes here, which looks totally normal, right? He wants to protect the pawn so he can maybe move the queen at some point and develop the bishop. Looks entirely normal, and yet the computer like doesn't like this move and thinks that like now black is a little better, right? Just shocking, right? You'd never think so.
It's incredible how fast the evaluations can swing in positions like these with just normal looking moves.
Yeah, whoa. But now, okay. I think Hikaru kind of blundered something a bit, because I don't think that was the plan, Fiona, to go like pin, get a fork threat, and then go king d1 and lose the right to castle. You're going to have to, I mean, I don't know. If that's the plan, I'll be surprised. I suppose you can do it, and I suppose you can go a3 and king c2 and get the king out. Maybe it's not the end of the world. But
I agree with you. I think it was not the plan, but in a way, he's lucky that it doesn't seem to be nothing dramatic has happened.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose with the kind of king positions that we get in chess 960, having the king on d1 is not the worst thing ever. All right, let's talk a little bit about castling, right, Fiona? Because in this position, let's see if you guys know. Let's ask our question to the chat. Which way, guys, do you think this king is going to castle in this game? How about maybe we can even do a poll. Can we do that?
Let's do a poll.
Yeah. How do we do those polls? The moderators can do that?
The moderators will take care of it for us.
So the question is, where do you think black is going to castle in this game? That's...
I'm going to go long.
Oh, wow, amazing. Look at that. Like bishop e7, totally normal looking move. Incredible. It's like a big mistake because of that move.
Oh my goodness.
And you're trying to like win a piece and use the pin. Incredible.
So let's see. Why is f4 so strong?
Well, because, I guess you're going to have to go like bishop f7, right? So it is actually kind of hard to understand why it's so strong. So yeah, the threat is obvious. You're either going to play bishop f7 or pawn takes pawn and bishop f7. So I don't know, you can do either, right? And now Now, the idea seems to be like to go here to stop the queenside castling because your queen is trapped in. It's pretty funny. And you know, black might have to go king d8.
And funnily enough, no castling is one of the options of the poll. So far, the chat is overwhelmingly of the opinion that black will castle queenside.
Right. Very good, guys. That was the answer I was looking for.
And also, Irina, can we just put back that position after f4 on the board for 1 second? Because someone pointed out, Tofu and Sarah pointed out, look at that white pawn structure. You don't get to see that every day, like those two arrows, those two lines pointing. I mean, that's A to B, 3, C4.
Yeah, that's quite unusual, right?
Yeah.
Well, Hikaru has not played f4, so bishop e7. And for some, somehow the idea of moving the bishop was right, but e7 was not the right square. The computer liked other kinds of moves, like even like that. And now the difference is with that is what? Is it, I mean, what happens on f4 actually? Just curious. Takes, and then you can castle. And on this move, you take the knight. So yeah, details, guys, chess is a game of details. Here, black comes out tactically okay because they can take this pawn after the bishop gets captured. But he played bishop e7. Trying to prepare queenside castling looks really natural. Hikaru played that, and that. And of course, we know that the computer is not going to like that queen e2 move because f4 was still the better possibility, but it was just a tricky move, tricky move. And especially once you've included a3, knight c6, you're kind of giving up the d4 square after the trade. So Hikaru goes for this, and I guess his concept, if I can finally kind of get it, is just going to be bishop b2, king c2, and try to play that position. But yeah, black is good. Black just gets to castle, looks a lot better than white's king. And I mean, yeah, well, black has no issues at all, Fiona.
Yeah, I mean, the swings in this opening phase of the game have been quite significant from one side to the other. Now, after bishop g4, are some pieces gonna start coming off the board? Matthias plays bishop f7, so says to Hikaru, if you want to trade bishops, we'll trade on my terms.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hikaru's dream here would be like somehow to get, trade there and get the queens off the board, which is actually probably why we're going to see a line like this. Because if you can go there, trade the queens, put your king on e2, then okay, you're definitely fine in the end game. But black will not agree to that queen trade, guys. That's the problem.
Yeah, so how will black stop
black
us?
Will just say no.
Just play king b8.
Yeah, they will wait for the queen to come out and then just avoid that trade. And I mean, basically the issue here is the king, right? The relative safety of the kings, that black's king is just very cozy. White's king is under a lot more questions. I guess the positive side of white's position is the light square control, right? Black's dark square bishop is not the best. The knight entrenched on e4 is quite nice.
I mean, our own bishop is also not great, unfortunately.
Yeah, our bishop is not great either. I mean, even when it goes to b2, it's not going to be great. So that's why black has like a preference here, but it's not a total disaster for white either. And in fact, I think we're seeing something. We're seeing something similar. So, okay, queen f7. Okay, bishop b2 by Hikaru, king b8, and knight ge4. Yeah. Wow. Well, I got to say that Matthias has his chances to win this game, right, Fiona?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he will be very happy with what he got. And it feels like Hikaru's woes started, maybe he played this one move, allowing, what was the move he played? Bishop h5, allowing knight b4 a bit too fast, because I think a lot of his problems stem from the fact that the king is sort of stuck in the center now. It doesn't have a square where even if it gets to c2, it's not going to be super happy there.
Yeah.
So maybe just that
what I'm going to tell you on the positive side, I do think it's going to be hard for Black to show why this is not so good. Despite the computer's evaluation, and I see there is like one line here that he prefers over others, I just don't think that Bluebaum is going to find all those like only moves to have an advantage.
Yeah, and already we see after knight h4 that the bar dropped a little bit. So what do we want to do now for Hikaru? Do we want to trade those bishops?
Yeah, it's really tricky. I mean, let's figure out why, like, for example, why is queen g4 a bad move, right? Like, why is playing like this, which is sort of obvious, why is the computer not a fan? So he really sees this move as a key. Well, which is understandable. Yeah, you want to push away one of my best pieces to a less good square.
I'm still not clear why it's so bad for us.
Right.
So,
yeah, like why can't you just go, I don't know, here, right? Well, he might go g5 too. I wouldn't be surprised. Like Black just keeps advancing and taking space. And actually, Fiona, I'm going to go in with g4,
we're
knight
starting
f3.
to see.
I'm going to start using that outpost, and then your queen is going to get like a bit trapped on g3 as well. So that's that kind of answers the question of why, you know, where the danger is coming from. It's coming from this this kind of expansion on the king side that Black has with h5.
Yeah, and we see that in the game. So Hikaru didn't play queen g4, but he played knight d5.
Yeah, that's the better move. So at least Hikaru can enjoy the beautiful outpost in the center for his knights. Where is this king? Like, is this king going to be going to c2 sometime soon? How about wait, let's just think. Is there like a is there a g5 somewhere here? I mean,
G5,
like, let me tell you something,
tempting.
Fiona. I don't know. My thought is that on g5 there might be some move like that. Is that crazy? Because I mean, g5, my idea is very simple. I just want to go g4 and knight f3. So the computer doesn't even suggest this move, but to me this looks like such a interesting idea. Let's check it.
Yeah, let's see what's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really wrong with it, again, because if b4, it's so funny how it's like apparently some troublesome move to Black, but not obvious at all, right?
It's really, I mean, and once again, we see the swing, and even now the bar stabilizes around, you know, the middle mark. Like, I think really the position. So let's see, what's the position on World Book? F8 was played by Matthias, which is another. Yeah, once again, with the idea maybe of bringing the knight to f3, as you were suggesting, or to at least control that square.
Yeah, I think in general he wants to go there, Fiona, and then support it, and then push the pawn.
Yeah,
that's the plan. Okay, so Hikaru doesn't want to let it in. Well, are we going to see g5? Are we going to see Irina's choice?
I like g5 a lot, I have to say, especially with the king safely tucked away on b8. It's also, it's not, okay, bishop d8 was played.
Bishop
maybe
d8
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just to keep the bishop alive, and probably wants
actually
to play...
you want to go knight e7. It's, you know, this idea we have in the Sveshnikov variation of the Sicilian, right, where there's also a strong knight in the center, and then you want to challenge him. So yeah, bishop d8 is logical. So the problem for Hikaru is this bishop just staring into the pawn. Not great. This is an example of when a fianchetto is not very good. Problem for Hikaru is the backwards f pawn, and the problem is the king safety. So there's actually really a number of issues for Hikaru, which makes his position not so great. And we're gonna need, you know, we're gonna have to see some defensive skills from him.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to play king c2 anyway, because I feel like I need to bring that second rook into the game at some point. I see the engine also suggests rook c1, and then I don't know if is the
Yeah, that will
idea...
never happen. Not in 1 million years, Fiona.
Like, I'm not even sure what the idea is behind rook c1.
Yeah. It's that mysterious that we're not going to delve into it. But king c2
so
is
then
very
king
likely
c2
to
looks
happen.
natural.
And I guess if you ever get attacked, like, you can always go d3 and guard your knight. So
Yeah,
that's
so
what I'm
let's see.
expecting, I guess.
But I'm curious what the moves are that Hikaru is considering. Does it make sense to play d3 immediately and put the king on d2 rather than c2? I'm not sure what difference that would make.
Yeah, I don't know what he's considering. He might just be kind of considering how unfortunate his position has become. But no, I honestly feel like he will play this move. Like, I would just be really surprised. What else is there? Queen g4, queen g4. There's queen f7. Like, no one's trading. So what's he thinking about? I mean, yeah, king c2. Like, it's, I mean, if you think about it,
can we do something like b4? I don't know.
Yeah, you can, but the problem is your opponent has just already shown you that he wants to go knight e7.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to attack black on the queen side with one rook on the g file, your king in the middle, army split up like that. It's just not going to work. So I don't know. I think that this move will take place.
For all the people asking why shouldn't Hikaru castle, the problem is the king actually started on e1 and moved to d1.
Yep.
Otherwise, we would love to castle.
Yeah, we would. I mean, it wouldn't change it too much, but because the funny thing is, like, this is basically castling by hand, right?
Yeah. True.
The problem is it just doesn't solve all the issues that white has. So black got all the benefits of that open F file somehow. All right, so he did go king c2. There we go. Queen f5, queen g4. Okay, queen f7, right? All right, Hikaru, how are you going to change the outline of this position? Like, we know black wants to go h5 here, or maybe g5 first.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, our earlier idea of going f4 once again.
Yeah, I think he might need to do that. It's an ugly move, you know, Fiona.
Yeah.
It's quite ugly, especially if the intention is to take with the pawn and give the opponent that outpost.
Can we get away with taking with the queen?
Yeah, or maybe taking with the knight, even. Taking with the queen is...
Probably doesn't work at all.
Interesting. I don't know exactly why at the moment. I mean, I suppose their queen will just move, right? Like, they'll just play, I don't know, queen e8 or something, or queen e6. Yeah. And then it gets hit and she's tied.
f4 is on the board, by the way, which is great news.
Yeah, I mean, you see Hikaru is really trying to change things up, which I think is good. And that's what you do, guys. When you got a bad position, you got to change the character of the game, right? One of those fundamental things we learn as chess players. But you got nothing to lose, actually, you know. But if you stay in the same bad picture as the one you're in, you're much more likely to lose. Isn't that a good lesson, Fiona? Isn't that like a life lesson too?
I think so, for sure.
Do you think that people understand this intuitively if they're not chess players? I'm not so sure, right? It's a tough one.
I'm not sure they understand it intuitively, even if they are chess players.
Right. Because it's like, well, at least a chess player can be like, oh yeah, like, I know that parallel, right? Like, I know you really got to change something when you're in a bad position. But yeah. All right. No, I agree. Even if you are a chess player, it's very hard to apply that in life.
It's really hard to, I think, yeah, even if you know that's what you should do, it's not easy. So let's have a look. So if, no, not if he takes f4, because that hasn't been played. Matthias has gone h5.
Yeah, when you're losing in life, go pawn f4. Exactly. All right, h5. Okay, yeah, good move. Good move by Matthias. I guess our queen is going to have to mosey her way down somewhere. Oh, I like that one. N3 P2N. Irina Sunchu Crush. Yeah, that's a good one. For the 21st century. That's right. Updated wisdom.
So where do you want to bring the queen?
Well, nowhere. I really want her to stay where she is, but she's gonna have to move. So I guess, I mean, yeah, it's one of these two. I mean, they both look possible. I guess center looks kind of more natural to me. Fiona. I don't know. I mean, I see the computer slightly prefers that.
Yeah, but Hikaru agrees with your assessment. I think we need to
go. Center.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh man, his opponent is really not making it easy for him, is he?
No, I think Matthias has played really well this game. I mean, Hikaru slipped up quite early in the game, and he's been, I mean, apart from that moment with the F4 opportunity, he's been pretty ruthless so far. But let's see. So after G5, okay, we once again can grab a pawn. It's not as appetizing as the H2 pawn in the previous game, but what happens if we grab H5?
Yeah, so this is kind of a tricky thing. And did he take it? No, he didn't take it. But the idea here is that the knight wants to go to F6. And one of the main concepts is, okay, you can like first start with the pin, but ultimately you got to prevent the knight from going there, so you go there. And so this was the troublesome position for white, where the knight gets stuck, can't really get off the side of the board. Nothing's really threatened yet, except maybe the loss of the piece. It's big, just big.
Just that tiny little thread.
Yeah. And so that's why Hikaru didn't go for that line, guys. He went knight D5. Okay. So now just kind of the obvious G4. Who can resist that? I mean, black is just trying to win the game on the king side. But I mean, maybe he needs to calculate some sort of like knight F6s, but they don't seem very dangerous. I mean, you can just take and go rook G6, but ooh, whoa, why did he do that?
F3.
Wait. What is he doing? So now if the knight goes there, attacks the rook and the knight, why exactly did he want that? Does he see some sort of knight D4 trick? I bet that's what it is. That's what it is. So he wants to go, I don't know, that's just my guess. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong, and I think we got to check the tactics on that.
Also, why does the engine want us? Okay, so the D. Why the D
like
knight?
This is the idea, like that. I mean, I thought like I can see why black might look at this position and be like, "Oh, this is good for me. Like this pawn is hanging and the king is weak." But, you know, there is this little detail which maybe he's missing, right? Where it's not so bad for white.
And I mean, knight F3 is fantastic news for Hikaru and for all of us here cheering for him, because that seems to be really the first big slip up. Yeah,
like, you know, I mean, obviously you're provoking this move, right? So you have to have some really good idea on it. Now, what else can happen? Okay, maybe he's thinking this move, trade. Because I still think, you know, yeah, okay, right. Because like here, there's a check, and then you take this knight, and I guess you should win, right? You get 2 knights for the rook.
Yeah, this looks good.
So then you have to go here, which is, you know, not terrible for white to trade off some pieces.
No, I mean, this would be so much better. Hikaru is still thinking, by the way.
So what else can black do over here? So we looked at bishop takes F6. We looked at knight F4. Oh yeah. Well, there is the
Just give
exchange
up the
sack idea.
exchange, yeah.
Yeah, which is, really one of my favorites, where you can just say, I'll give you the rook. And maybe, and I get it, the computer has some, finesse here, but let's just play. Well, all right. Should we do the finesse? Okay, let's just throw it in since the computer likes that.
But it's such a
the knight doesn't have obvious moves, right?
no. Okay, so let's see d3.
Yeah, and wow, I mean, h4, just like never taking that knight. That's incredible.
Oh, Irina, let's go back to the game because Hikaru did play knight f6, but the other knight.
The other knight. That's not as good because that allows a check here. And he doesn't have time to capture an f3. Okay, but that didn't happen. Wait, but it's gonna happen. Wait, this is a little bit unfortunate. But the queen g6, wow, queen g6 didn't happen for some reason. It's so weird, right? I
feel like Matthias is playing a little bit too fast actually in this stage of the game, I have to say, because he's so close to move 30 already.
Yeah, and he definitely messed things up a bit here. So he's going to be in some heavy piece endgame now. But definitely, heavy piece endgames like this, much more likely it's going to be a draw than like with all those other pieces on the board, right?
Especially this time we really can grab that H pawn, it looks like. And we probably have to grab that pawn.
Because I mean, now black is very limited material. Sure, like he's a little better because his king is safer, but I don't really see why we should lose, right? Like rook f2, you don't even have because there's rook e8 mate. So essentially, like Hikaru should be able to get a pretty easy draw out of this. I think that was a really big miss by Matthias.
Yeah, this queen g6 was maybe we can go back for a second.
It wasn't really that hard to find this check, was it? Like, what did he not like about it? Like, there must be something he doesn't like. So, okay, it must be this move he didn't like, because then you still can't take because you're going to lose the knight in the end.
He had to find.
Oh, wait, no, actually, you actually can take because you're hitting the rook here.
Maybe
I mean, if you want to, you can take. So that white cannot take the rook. White has to take here. Well, maybe this didn't seem like so amazing for black, although black is still better in this position with those pawns coming. So that's one thing. And then there's this move as well. Like, let's take a look. What's the idea? How is it better than the game? Well, it's better than the game because we're not trading. Okay, here, 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 and here. Because the pawn is here, and that's such a big problem because of rook f2. Is that it, Fiona? It guess. It really is. That's literally the difference, Fiona. The difference is that the white's pawn is not on d2, and white loses because of that, because the rook infiltrates on f2.
That's crazy. Thank you, by the way, so much to Reacher47 for the 5 gifted subs. We're also joined by Benjamin Book in the chat. Good to see you, Benjamin, who is asking, do they use match points or game points? They use match points. So Hikaru only really needs a draw. And so in a way, all those who lost the first game are pretty much in a must-win situation.
Yeah. Wow. So, I mean, okay, but I can see, that makes it more clear to me, Fiona, like that this was not such an obvious move, and to see the difference.
He also didn't spend any time on it. That's what
he didn't spend any time on it, so then you're definitely not going to find the differences. But it's basically, you want the pawn to be on d3. That's the difference, guys. Okay, now what do we have as the current position? We got this position. Wait, this is just, okay, but this is just heading towards a draw. Yeah. Like, I don't even think Matthias is trying here.
And I mean, also look at the time situation. Hikaru is up 11 minutes on the clock. Like, he's never gonna lose this. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw. It's a bit sad to offer a draw here as black when you're in a must-win situation, but it's also very hard to see what.
Oh, I mean, I think it's
what
going to
you
be
can
by
try.
force. Like something is going to get traded
Yeah.
because there's the back rank mates that you can work with, and you'll get more trades. So I think Hikaru will have like, you know, we'll end this very fast, basically. I mean, Matthias is not going to be like the one, you know,
No.
Pushing this for, you know, 100 moves.
No. And meanwhile, so we're gonna stick around here, of course, but in the other games, Wesley So has already won his game against Hjorvar Gretarson. So Wesley wins his first mini match, and all the other positions seem in the balance so far. If this game ends in a draw, we'll go and check.
But
check in with the other games.
Carlsen just win another game?
Oh, yeah, don't mind me.
Or is that like, because that looks wait, but why does it say that he's white twice?
I think no. Magnus is still playing.
He's still playing. Okay. Yeah. That was just his first game. Oh, okay.
By the way, Benjamin is saying that in our current position. So if we go back to the Hikaru game.
We're gonna go back 1 second. Oh, wait,
and the draw has just been agreed, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, we
after queen takes e3. But Benjamin was saying that queen h8, rook f3 seems like a nice way to force a rook trade. So maybe we can just show that was indeed very nice because of the back rank issues.
Yeah, you just trade off all the pieces, right? And actually, you can just keep going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You can also try to invade.
By the way, Funky Man is saying draw. No, draw is fantastic. It means that Hikaru has won his first mini match of the qualifier. So he gets 2 points now. And maybe we can go to Magnus and Fedoseev.
Yeah, you know, what's interesting about Hikaru's game is how easily he got this draw, guys, which is always a good sign when you are much worse, but you make a draw with like no trouble at all, and your opponent never really fixes that advantage, right? Because there's a difference in chess between some computer evaluation where like you're better, but actually getting, you know, fixing that better position and then, you know, playing it for a while. There's a big difference, right? And so he never got into that stage where his opponent was like stamped the advantage and then pushed it, right? It was always like it's there somewhere, but you still got to find it. And it never got that bad for him.
Yeah. And I mean, it was a great save because he was under a tremendous amount of pressure. Someone else who's under a tremendous amount of pressure is Vladimir Fedoseev because he's in a must-win situation. But the position looks interesting, at least, and he's by no means worse.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like Carlsen is struggling a bit here. He's got half the time. He still has to make 8 moves. And I guess White's idea is just to take the knight. And because we can't take with the bishop, you take like that, then the king is a bit weak, the bishop is bad. No, I do think that he's going to be putting pressure here on Magnus.
And Magnus says, I'm not going to allow you to take my knight on c6 and goes knight a5.
Right. And so then when they take, you basically, I mean, if you take with your queen, are you not just losing the h6 pawn?
Yeah, so maybe you can take with
like
the queen.
Maybe you are, right? Like this pawn is a bit of a problem. And black might just take it. Maybe he'll like attack your e6 pawn first and then take it, but he'll definitely take it. So the plan is apparently this. King takes d7. So he's going to use the king to protect that weakness, the queen to protect that weakness. I really think this is a very difficult position for black. I mean, actually, Fiona, I mean, I understand Carlsen will probably save this just because, you know, he's Carlsen, but like, you know, he has all kinds of disadvantages. Like even the 2 against 1 majority is good for the endgame. These double pawns are not good. The king safety is not good. Actually, like all this whole mass here is pretty weak, right? Because you can't really push it.
Yeah, and I mean, also, I'm not so sure he would save it. Sorry, I'm just getting comfy over here. He's also down 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
And it's not like he is, I mean, he's very good, but he's not invincible.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's see. I'm curious to see how he's going to defend this. Is he going to have such an easy save like Hikaru did? We will see, because the positions are kind of similar in terms of how bad they are, actually, Fiona,
Yeah.
right? But in terms of the evaluation, but I'll tell you the way in which they're different. You know how they're different, that this position is easier for white to play. There's less to calculate, I think. It's more just like, yeah, like you're definitely better, and it's like a pretty simple position. So, all right, G4, that looks fun.
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask you, what is G4? My first question is, what happens if you take knight E5?
I guess it must be some discovery, is my thinking, that this F8 rook is going to get hit with that.
Yeah, that looks convincing.
Yeah, we win the exchange, but the computer didn't love this move, despite the fact that it does work tactically. And I think he just wants to go, you know, H4 and G5.
Yeah. But why does the computer not like this plan? It once again,
I don't know why.
It seems like a very human plan to just push those pawns, right?
Yeah. I guess he thinks this is a weakening move, that somewhere down the line, this pawn is going to be a weakness.
Oh, look who's in the chat.
Oh.
We are joined by the man himself, the boss. Hikaru is in the chat. Just is hard enough, but congratulations, Hikaru, on the 2 points. And Hikaru, I'm sure he will be happy, not just that the second game was a draw, but that it was in the end a draw relatively fast, because he will now get a better rest than Magnus before the next game, which will start in half an hour. So he can just sit back, relax, and maybe watch the end of this VOD Carlsen game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a fact, right, that Magnus will hold this as well. But let's see. He played Queen G6. Whoa, really? Did he just blunder 95? Like, that's a weird thing.
Oh, wow.
That's a weird thing to do, Fiona, because I mean, we already know that was the whole point of G4. So why exactly is he doing that? I guess he thought.
Sorry, Irina, we just saw Magnus' reaction on the camera, and it's clear that he just blundered.
Oh, really? I got to go back and see that. That might make me feel a little bit better about me blundering a discovered attack. You know, looking for any way to feel better in my heart about that. You know, that was such a disaster. Every time I talk about discoveries now, it's like I always remember that moment. You know.
Yeah, I mean, as Hikaru
Magnus,
said,
like not looking happy. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, Magnus, but here, that's such a weird blunder too, right? Just, okay. Okay,
it's still not a super easy conversion, but I actually think VOD will win now.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is, okay, that once they capture, at least you get one pawn, and white's king is a bit open, and you can hope to win the D pawn. I wonder, Fiona, like somewhere like this, right? So one simple move is that comes to my mind. Looks pretty reasonable, but then there's Queen G1. And then, yeah, then there's actually that, which looks pretty good. That way there's no checks. Yeah, I like that one the most. And then you can also start with a check. Maybe I even like the check the most, because if I always have that move, why not give you a check? So that's probably my choice. And actually, that's what he went for. He went for Rook F7.
Thank you so much. Sorry, the head fam for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. We don't have time to call out everyone who's been supporting and subscribing tonight. But as always, we see you all, and your support and subs and gifted subs are very, very much appreciated. So thank you. So knight e7 is on the board, and now how do we continue?
Yeah, okay. So the question is, does white want the queens on the board or the queens off the board? I wonder, Fiona. I'm not like 100% sure, because if you take the queens off the board and black has to eventually put a knight there, maybe they can hold on. But I have to say, probably the queens off the board is is fine.
I have a question. If I take h6,
Yeah.
will something bad happen?
Probably just that I take that pawn, right? And that is going to be kind of unfortunate for the king. But see, this is not the way we want to trade queens. Like, this is probably a bad way to do it because, well, I don't know, maybe it's not terrible, but I was thinking like, okay, the knight gets here. And I mean, I can see, I mean, the computer might say this is totally winning, but I mean, for humans, like, oh, I get an outpost, I get an attack on the pawn, the rook can't really do so much. It doesn't look so terrible. I kind of wonder, if Fedoseev will play that move or not. Of course, there's lots of other things. I actually kind of like king b2 because your king could hide on a3 one day. Probably you should try to win it in the middle game. I don't know. And sometimes it's hard because if both scenarios are winning, but you got to choose one, it's kind of tricky.
I actually think you will go queen f4.
Magnus versus Irina in a big hair game. Well, who's doing better on that today, guys? Do I have an edge?
I think you do.
I washed my hair on purpose to have that advantage, Fiona. That's right. Last night, I was busy washing that hair.
But Magnus he's trying to put up a fight, you know?
Yeah, no, I see that. I'm seeing Magnus is looking pretty good there with his big hair.
It's also really nice to see that spectators are allowed. I think, especially during the pandemic, so many events weren't able to have spectators on site. And Reykjavik, I mean, they are holding it there right now because it's the 50th anniversary of the Fischer Spassky World Championship match. So it's really nice that the people are able to go there and have a look. Crispy, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's huge. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
And
are they still?
What has Fedoseev done?
Oh, no, he made a move.
Rook
He played
F6.
Rook F6. I was like, he's thinking a bit long on that. But I guess they're past move 30. It's technical position. You know, Magnus is such a good defender, but Fedoseev is also a really good blitz player.
Yep.
Always doing well in these title Tuesdays. Lots of practice over the last couple of years as well.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure he must have beaten Magnus in Blitz before, because I assume they've played so many games. And I think that will help him a lot because he needs to keep his cool, you know. I think, first of all, the position isn't completely winning yet. But also, I think when you play Magnus, like, you always have to win the game so many times before you actually win it. But I think he won't be showing Magnus, he won't be too afraid, let's say, or too stressed by the fact it's Magnus, because I think they have played each other enough times that he knows he can beat him, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, he just has a lot of experience with well, this is not online, but he has a lot of experience with online rapid and blitz play. It's been really kind of a standout in that time control the last like couple of years. So when you're looking at the standings of Title Tuesdays, you're always seeing his name. So I think even now, you know, he's managing to keep Magnus on the defensive on the clock.
Yeah, Magnus under 5 minutes now and visibly unhappy. I mean, if this also on the bright side was another factor we haven't talked about yet is if Fedoseev can beat Magnus, that means that after the first mini-match, Hikaru will be the sole leader of Group B. So we should all
right. So wait, there's no tie break, right? They're not breaking a tie for this match. It's just going to be considered that they drew. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's kind of nice, because I was thinking like we might have to watch like a tiebreak game, but no, not for this.
Not today. And thank you so much to Derek Geddes for the 5 gifted subs. You guys are being so supportive tonight, and we very much appreciate all of you. Thank you. And yeah, Wandering Bishop is just informing us that actually Fedoseev beat Carlsen in the World Blitz Champs last year with the black pieces. So he has gotten that Carlsen scalp before, and he wants it again.
Yeah, you guys mentioning the Lex Friedman podcast. I feel like the whole chess world has been on Lex Friedman's podcast recently, right? It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So the both his sisters, Gotham and Hikaru, right?
Well, also Hikaru, Magnus, and Levi.
Oh, and Magnus, of course. I
Yeah.
completely forgot about
I
that.
actually was watching. I mean, I'd like to watch them all, but like I started off with watching some of Magnus's podcasts, so I got through some of that on my walk in St. Louis. That was interesting. They started off by talking about football, soccer.
Was Kanye actually on it yesterday?
Oh yeah, Kanye.
I thought it was a troll.
No, it really is. I was gonna say it's like all the chess people and Kanye.
Oh my God. Okay, let's not go there. I mean, again, that's one of those topics that we need to stay clear of.
Okay, I got it. It's
danger. We're entering the danger zone.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It reminds me of a funny thing I saw recently. There was some kind of conference, where there was this economist, Jeffrey Sachs, invited, right? And he was basically talking about, well, he said an interesting thing that you can be democratic at home and ruthlessly imperialist abroad. And he said, like, if you look at the history, there's been no more a country, involved in violence than the United States since 1950. And as soon as he started saying that, the moderator just like, okay, Jeffrey, you got to stop talking. You got to stop talking. It's like the guy was not letting him finish. He's like, I'm the moderator. You just got to stop that. You can't possibly express your opinions, So, I mean, well, that's unfortunately the world we live in,
Yeah. No, I mean, of course, we're.
but I mean,
okay, no, I'm not gonna say anything. Let's put the live position on the board. Let's catch up with the moves we missed.
All right, here we go. Let's go. H5. Yeah, he played the move. We were expecting that. H3. Queen. Yeah. If you guys probably understand that I'm a big free speech person. You would think it would be absolutely taken for granted. It's like where we are as a civilization that it's like we've learned that. And then you find out it's like, no, that's not actually where we are. Like not everyone gets that, free speech should be protected. So that was one of the revelations of the last couple of years for me. So Queen G8, King B2, Knight F5, and Queen E5. All right. So what do we got?
Well, I mean, I just see that I was sidetracked for a few moves, and we come back, and the bar has dropped drastically. Why does the engine like it so much less now?
Okay. Yeah, why does the engine like this position so much less now? Maybe it's because these pieces got a little bit stuck. They can't really make progress. Wow. But I mean, why is it liking it so much less? That really is surprising, right? So like only in a couple of moves after knight e7, rook f6, h5, h3. Wow. It kind of felt like a good idea to send the queen back, right? King b2 looks normal, but you know what the computer doesn't like? She doesn't like getting the rook stuck. So the rook should have moved back anywhere on the F file to be free. And then maybe Fiona switching the play to the G file, or even, one day the C file, because look what happens. After King B2 looks really natural, but the rook is actually getting stuck. Like, how do you extricate this rook?
Great question.
Queen E5.
I mean, I'm not seeing it right now. I mean, the only way I see is if we bring the queen to that diagonal looking at f8 and to bring the rook to f8, but I have no idea.
A5, A4.
What if I play queen? Oh, no, but I'll have to come back to defend the rook. No, yeah, I think this was a really, really big miss by Fedoseev to let his rook get trapped on f6.
Wow. So he's going to struggle to make some progress here. Wait, do you realize his rook is just completely trapped?
Yeah.
See, this is why I guess. Wait. What does Magnus say? If you come at the king, you best not miss.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Yeah. Well, for the sake of, should have remembered that. Because, I mean, before his rook got trapped, poor guy. So what is our next move, Fiona? Like, are we just going to play b6 and then what? Like, aren't we?
I have no idea.
But you know what it is? It's like mutual zugzwang. I don't think you can put black into zugzwang, Fiona, because white is actually out of useful moves as well, right? Like every time white moves to the second rank with the king, I can give a check and move back. If you move your queen, I can attack your rook, move back. So that's why I think there really is no way for white to make progress here, which is crazy. It really is just an incredible hold that Magnus has orchestrated here.
I mean, it's really incredible how he does this every time. But yeah, I think it was really self-inflicted. I think Fedosev's sense of danger let him down a little bit, and he thought, you know, I'm going to be able to play this forever, and suddenly knight f5 comes, and there is just no way to get the rook out.
Yeah.
And I mean, can we somehow try and bring the king back? So if I play king b2 and after queen g2, can I go to the first rank, or is that completely impossible?
Okay, I'm so intrigued by what Pulsa Jelly said here. He says, okay, I love how Americans are always screaming about their amendments. No offense, just funny because they have less rights than Eastern European country. I was just curious, like what, if you could elaborate on that, like what rights do we not have? Because I would really like to get them back. So just let me know, what do we still need to fight for here in America that you guys have got in Eastern Europe? All right, so Queen G8, and he's still thinking, or yeah, I guess Fedoseev has not made a move yet.
So I was asking if we can somehow bring the king back via the first rank. Okay, I see Irina's distracted. Oh, this was a bad. I failed my mod duty here. Chat,
I know, I'm so easily distracted. But okay. There's a few themes I find interesting, guys, okay, that I am passionate about. And one of those things is the free speech stuff. And I saw, just to kind of maybe explain my point a bit more. I mean, I guess I just feel like, yeah, you got to let people say bad things and things that you don't agree with, and in order to get the truth out there too, right? And like the truth will always rise ultimately in the end. So that's why, I mean, I just don't see like censorship as, the way to go about it. I think that way you're in real danger if you go down that path. Okay, here we go, Fiona. I'm done.
Oh, Irina, you have made our chat emote only. Okay, no more distractions.
All right.
Can we flip? No, we don't need to flip. So Queen E1 is played.
Yeah, so I was thinking here, well, why can't I go Queen G? Oh, I can't go Queen G7 because I lose my pawn. That's what I was counting on. Oh, wow. So basically, it's going to be sharp. It might not be bad for black, but it's not simple either. So basically, white is giving up this pawn. And then he can take either of these. I honestly don't know which one he's going to take.
Does Magnus have to take on d4, or can he just sit somehow?
Yeah, he doesn't have to. He can play a move like b6, but eventually he runs out of moves. That's the thing. For some reason, I was thinking that I could always move my queen if you move your queen, but I can't, right? My queen is in zugzwang. So like, if you want to make me take your pawn, I mean, I guess this is how you make me, right? Like, okay, maybe I can go and move my king back and forth. Maybe that's it. But I don't know.
But
I
also,
feel like
if
Magnus...
you take, if after b6,
yeah, b6.
queen e2.
Yeah.
And if I take on d4 now at least my pawns are...
Right, now you're not...
none of them are hanging.
You're not getting one of your pawns captured. I mean, it seems like a plus. But I don't know, maybe he wants to take and put his knight here where it's going to be protected by the pawn. I have...
Okay, Magnus hasn't captured.
Yeah.
He's gone queen e8.
Queen e8,
And king b2 is played.
So queen g8, right? So we know he's going to go back to g8 really fast.
And then what's his... So maybe now he wants to... I was saying earlier, can we bring the king? Maybe now we can bring the king. When the queen is on e1 or...
Queen g8. All right. So... Okay, so how does he make progress now? Can he take one of these pawns? Well, there's only one he can take.
Okay, let's try.
Yeah. Let's try taking that pawn, but I guess there's going to be knight takes d4. Because, wait, no, there's not knight takes d4. Wow. I mean, this seems like an obvious move stopping queen b5 check. But it's not the right move. Crazy, right?
That's
right. That you just kind of like that somehow losing. White just kind of goes back with the queen and is better. So
by the way, look at the time situation. Fedorsev is down to seconds.
Yep. Okay. Let's see what he came up with then. Wait, we're still seeing this position, right? Okay, but now Magnus has moved something. So queen g8. Somehow I see something going here. Did he bring his queen here? Let me try to refresh.
So,
oh yeah, so he brought his king to c3 and b6, king d3, king d6, b4. Okay, so it's getting crazy.
This is gonna get really messy.
Wow. Wow, they don't have much time at all. King e7, queen e5, queen c8. That's an interesting one. Yeah, he actually... We're going for something similar. Yeah, king e7. And now this is just perpetual. Wow, because it looks like you're losing a piece, right? But this is a perpetual check. There's no way to escape.
That's also... It's so hard to believe, right? That we cannot... I mean, how do we not escape? After king e3?
King e3, queen c3.
And king f4?
Okay, yeah, he's getting the diagonal. And at some point, wait, so like...
but he can pick up the rook if we go to f4. Oh, to f3.
Oh yeah, he did just pick up the rook.
Yeah.
And it's a draw.
Wow.
Wow. Wait, but actually, wait, White is the one who needs to make a draw. That's the thing, Fiona. Like, if White traded, the computer was saying it's a draw, but it wasn't an obvious draw. So he's still down a pawn. Carlsen has taken over.
Yeah, I mean, Fedorsev had to play on because whether he loses or draws doesn't make a big difference.
Don't we love watching Carlsen defend bad positions? I do.
It's actually incredible.
I mean, because that was really quite bad and he made it still look very easy.
I know.
Still, right? I mean, yeah. That's when you see like someone's skill, right? Like when they're having those bad positions and they okay, Fedorsev.
And the draw was agreed.
Yeah, it's an interesting suit on.
I like his suit a lot, actually. I've seen it in the flesh. I think I saw chat commented earlier also that it's a nice suit. So this game ended in a draw. We saw, of course, earlier Hikaru's game ended in a draw. So Magnus and Hikaru would take the joint lead of Pool B with 2 points. In Pool A, Wesley So beat Gretarsson, so he's also on 2 points, and Abdusatrov made it 2-0 against Nepo.
Wow.
So Abdusatrov, the only player to win the first 2 games. And so that means Wesley and Abdusatrov share the lead in Pool A with 2 points. And I believe the next game, the next mini match, which will be huge because Hikaru will be taking on Magnus Carlsen. That will start in 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. I mean, guys, after such an amazing first round, that turned out to be very competitive. Now we're going to see our marquee matchup between Magnus and Hikaru, and they've been facing each other recently in the Title Tuesdays. And yeah, well, I don't recall having seen them play in Fischer Random very much, Fiona. Do you?
Yeah, I feel they must have played back in the day, but I also don't have a big memories. Oh, and Creamsicle is making a good point. It's probably not going to be in 7 minutes because the players do need to have 15 minutes to look at the positions. So I imagine the positions will be drawn fairly soon, and then we'll have that 15-minute break.
Yeah. So do we go on our break now, Fiona?
I don't know. I'm waiting. I think we are gonna go on a short break. So we'll go now.
We either do that or we talk about more issues that Irina is interested in. I think just
then I think we go on
Fiona.
break. If those are my choices, no, I'm joking. But no, we will take a break. We're not going to be gone for the whole time, of course. We'll come back. Hopefully, we'll get the positions a bit early as well, so we can have a look at them. But I guess we'll be back in around 10 minutes, give or take. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be back soon. Hey guys, we are back for the big match. It is Hikaru against Magnus Carlsen next. The players will start shortly. We probably only have maybe a minute or so to look at the position that they will be playing. And Hikaru will start with white. Irina, what do you think of our starting position?
Okay, well, this one definitely looks unusual. Although, again, as in the first match, we see the kings on their usual square in E1. The knights and the bishops here also on their usual square. So, okay, we've got the queen in the corner facing off against a bishop. I kind of think we want to be the first ones to move a pawn before they get to move a pawn and lock us in. Okay, but Hikaru starts with knight f3, so yeah. I guess he does not really worried about this move because he figures he can just push the d pawn and break the pin that way.
I guess that if we play some g3, bishop g2, and castle kingside, we could very soon be in some normal positions, except for the queen on a1.
Oh, that's right. We can have like a Reti opening.
Yeah.
Fiona. With g3, bishop g2, castle that way. And this position is actually very easy for white to castle. So Hikaru is probably like, well, that not castling didn't go so well in the last game. So maybe I got to get to it sooner. So Magnus is thinking. So what kinds of moves come to mind for Magnus? I mean, pawn in the center. That pawn in the center.
Maybe also just
like a Sicilian like that.
Yeah. Could also maybe just copy white, go to knight.
Yeah, there's copy whites or pawns in the center. So that's basically the strategy.
I wonder if Magnus is at the board or what's going on.
Right. That's a good question because
he's taking his sweet time with this one.
Yeah, I see Dvorkovich on the camera. I see Leonard Oates, who was just at the U.S. Championship. He's there.
During the break, actually, we saw a couple of seconds. We saw that Vityugov is there with Nippo. I think he was also at the candidates. It's been a long time second. And I saw Alexander Donchenko. I couldn't quite make out with who he was there. I couldn't tell if it was with Fedoseev or with Bluebaum.
Right. You would think it would be Bluebaum, right? You would think it would be Bluebaum because they're both German.
I thought so too, but he was standing closer to Fedoseev. That's why I wasn't sure what was going on.
Interesting.
But
wow. So Magnus, like, if he's not at the board, giving up a couple of minutes like that is really unfortunate.
No, but I think we have a bug because now I see Magnus sitting down before the game even started.
Oh, so you're thinking maybe this wasn't even played?
I have no idea what's going on, to be honest. I am very confused. Also, Magnus' clock has now been reset. So what's going on? I mean, on the camera, we see that Hikaru hasn't even arrived yet.
Okay.
It's apparently there is no move was played yet. So they haven't started yet. Okay.
Yeah, well, knight f3 is definitely possible. I also think, d4 or b3 that I mentioned are possible moves as well. Of course, if you start with something like b3, black will go like knight f6 and g6. I mean, the only thing is that you're temporarily stopping g6, but of course, black is not going to be forever stopped from playing the fianchetto. So
someone is asking in the chat, is there a delay? There is a 5-minute delay, but I was assuming that there was also a 5-minute delay on the camera. Otherwise, that kind of defeats the purpose. And we see on the camera now Hikaru arriving. So I guess we'll be off shortly.
Yeah. Magnus looks disgusted by the position of these pieces, huh?
I think Magnus is more disgusted. I saw that he gave a quick interview in between the games. And as you can imagine, he was very unimpressed with his play in the previous game. It was kind of fortunate to get away with a draw. But yeah, I think that's what he's disgusted with. And Hikaru has played something. What is it? Something on the queen side, or was
On the
that?
queen
No,
side, yeah.
No, he takes it back. It was the okay. Now they're really off. And
did he go for b3? I think
he did go for b3. Yeah.
I think he went for that fianchetto. So,
Yeah. Okay. So b3 has been played. And it's the move we were talking about, right? You just want to stop black from going g6 for now. And I think it makes sense, especially with this Ritty setup that we were discussing. What?
g5. Whoa. No. Whoa.
But the queen gets trapped. He cannot take because of the knight f6.
Knight f6, queen g7.
Oh, no.
Rook g8,
Rook
queen
g8.
h6.
Rook g6, queen h3, or what? No.
Wow. Wow. Did he really play that? And
yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, I mean, that is kind of.
And Hikaru is giving a puzzled look.
A puzzled look. Yeah, because there's something there. Wow, they're just going to go d6 or d5 and not let the queen go there. I mean, yeah, like, okay, if you go there, the queen escapes. So you go there and then you threaten to trap it and there's no way out. That's an incredible idea by Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, it's something they must have discussed beforehand because he played g5 pretty much in.
I mean, it's just such an amazing idea where, like, on the very first move of the game, you can just give up a bishop.
I know.
That's something you don't see every day.
And that's the beauty of chess 960 as well. I mean, we were like, oh, let's go b3 to stop the g1 from moving.
Yeah, we're sure that, you know, well, I guess it stops g6, right? Because on g6, you can take, and then you don't get your queen trap, but it's like g5 that takes away.
And you know what's so funny as well is that Magnus, in one of the last Title Tuesdays he played g5 and g4 in every game, and there was this infamous case where Rauf Mamedov resigned because he was like, I'm not going to let you disrespect me in that way.
Yeah,
so it's very funny that g5 is back.
You know what I just realized? Like, there's a game, Fedoseev. I guess he's playing Bluebaum. Now, their game started like this: d4, b5, right? And now Fedoseev played knight f3. But now what I'm thinking about is, like,
g4.
If he would have seen, in Magnus's game, maybe he would actually go like g4.
I know.
Because the bishop is open.
That's hilarious.
You can't take the bishop because of that. Same idea.
That's so funny.
I guess you can also go maybe even g3, can you? Queen there. And
Hikaru is still thinking. I mean, g5 has really sent him into the tank, and just now has he played bishop g2.
Yeah. It's kind of hilarious that you can play g3 and you can still win the queen if they take. Anyway,
I know.
I'm just kind of fascinated by this concept that Magnus came up with. Not obvious.
Not at all.
So he went bishop b2. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fine for Hikaru just because he was kind of stunned. Doesn't mean that, you know, anything bad happened to him. It's a complicated position because, you know, you can bring out your knight, then it gets attacked. Where does it go? Does it go to g5? So many pawns that can attack it.
Yeah, in a way, I would almost be tempted to not go knight f3. Just to not allow g4, but I understand we have to get developed as well.
Yep.
And people are wondering, can Hikaru go g4? But now it's not the same anymore because now the queen can get back to h6, right?
Well, we can, yeah, can he go G4 now? Yeah, no, because there's no bishop that's covering that square. So can Hikaru go there? It just seems like it gives away a piece.
Yeah.
The difference is the queen can hide. So, all right. Magnus played B6 and now F4 by Hikaru. Wow. Not something standard, right? Like D4 or C4, F4. And the computer doesn't really love this move because, of course, it's going to make it hard for you to castle a king side.
Yeah,
I guess he's trying to castle a queen side. I guess he's going this way.
The problem after G4 is that where you're going to put your knight, so castling king side.
Right.
Gonna be very delayed.
Well, I guess he's going to go like E3, knight E2, G3. But it might be kind of take him a while to play G3, right? Because black will probably play bishop B7. And Carlsen does take this opportunity to restrict the knight.
I mean, this is only move 4, and look at the position we have on the board.
Yeah, so now queen G7 doesn't really work because of knight F6, because you're striking a couple of pawns, but black can defend them. So in general, okay, so black is not going king side either. Both sides are going to aim for the queen side castling. But that means if you go there, your queen is really not optimal on A8, right? So should you be trying to bring out the queen first? And if so, where? I think that's actually the tricky thing, because it's a lot easier for white to castle king side than for black, queen side than for black.
Yeah, and Hikaru, so Hikaru starts with knight C3.
Okay.
And so, yeah, sorry. So if I go bishop B7?
You know what I'm thinking, Fiona? Maybe I'm wrong in assuming that black will try to castle queen side. Maybe black will actually be trying to do something like, you know, F5, knight F6, and even castles short.
Wow. That would be very brave.
I think that's actually what we're more likely to see. You know, I mean, it's weird with the G pawn, right? It's weird with this extended pawn to think about castling shorts, but it's a lot easier than castling long.
Yeah.
And I guess he's trying to say that the problem for Hikaru is that these two pieces are not coming out so easily.
I mean, also, how do you defend G2?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. How do you defend that pawn? Wow. Because I don't know, like it does feel like I want to take it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think something has gone really wrong for he goes E4.
So I mean, I can just take, right?
We can take, yeah.
I mean, sure, you're gonna take, give up a pawn, develop your knight, but play G3, but
I mean, there's also this computer suggestion of F5, which looks quite tempting as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Magnus will go for that. I'll be so impressed if he plays F5.
In a way, it makes sense, right? Because this bishop-queen battery is quite powerful.
It's basically about opening the rook, actually.
Yeah.
It's quite similar to taking on E4 immediately, but the difference is you try to open up the rook.
Yeah. I wouldn't actually be so surprised if he finds F5.
Yeah.
If he plays F5.
Yeah, this F4 move, guys, that Hikaru played was definitely definitely dubious. Creating problems.
No, he has taken on E4.
Yeah, well, that's the natural thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just up a pawn, and
yeah.
Honestly, it's like after knight E2, well, you have to try to play G3.
But you can just castle and play G3, no? If we
Well, you can't castle. That's what do you mean castle? Like if you castle, you lose your knight.
Oh.
At first, you got to play G3. Try to get rid of the queen. I don't know if you're going to succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but after knight E2, try to get rid of the queen, but the queen can try to stay pinning. Wow, I wonder what Hikaru is he really not making a move yet? Because like knight E2 is pretty Knight e2 is pretty forced here.
I mean, king f2, f4 is just hanging with check, no? No, apparently he's already made the move knight e2, so maybe
Yeah.
we're just lagging behind a little bit. I'm sure the moves will come.
Right. So then the question is, you know, I did think about this idea, Fiona, that maybe in order to stop g3, black should actually sack a pawn. I mean, it's interesting. You know, sack the pawn and then just develop. And just try to bury this bishop. I mean, of course, you would love to go knight g4 and just have that bishop buried forever.
Yeah.
So basically, white has to give up the pawn himself and then open up the bishop. Knight's pretty good here, though. I actually think there is some. I mean, he definitely doesn't have to do this move, Fiona. But I just feel like there's some reasonable chance that he will play g3.
I very much like the idea of burying the bishop on h2. I mean, that position we saw looked really, really awful, and I think Hikaru will have to give back the pawn.
If he doesn't go there, what else can he do? I suppose just develop g3. And then you got to think about where you move your queen. So I was thinking about this move, but of course there's d4, then you got to watch out for the fork. And it's a kind of a question. Is this the best? Certainly nice enough for black. But I am curious to see, you know, what Magnus is going to do there, because it's a position with a lot of good choices. It's like, well, what do the good players do?
It does.
There you go.
For g3.
That's what the good players do. They sack their pawn. Yeah, there you go. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think here Hikaru has to go g4. Like, I don't think he can allow the knight to land on g4 and play without the bishop on h1.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta go there, because otherwise, you know, you will have the worst bishop in the history of chess.
Quite literally is. Because after the knight comes to g4, if Magnus then goes h5 or f5, stabilizing the knight there, this bishop is literally never coming to life.
Yeah, I would be shocked if he plays anything other than g4.
Yeah.
But still like Magnus's idea. Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Hikaru.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, even the chat cannot see it, but we can see that even the chess.com events page has marked the f4 move in red. And was not a fan of that. Hikaru, meanwhile, has gone g4. So that's a relief, at least, because I think if not for g4, the position would be bordering on lost. Magnus has captured. And g3 played, and he has also played your move again, queen e6.
Right. So the thing now, what happens on d4? Well, first of all, you're weakening e3. So he's probably not going to go d4. That's why. Oh, there is a cool trick here whereby you may be able to castle. Wait. Let me see if I can understand it. I mean, okay, so why is castling possible for white? And Hikaru does it. So now we got to figure out, Fiona, why this knight is not just hanging.
I mean, is there just this, oh no, bishop f3, queen e6?
Yeah, it's not that simple, right?
No.
Bishop f3, queen e6, and what's the deal?
Is there
Hikaru sees something here. You see something. What is it? Wow, I don't know yet. Hold on. I definitely am not going anywhere until I figure this out, Fiona.
So
Rook
if
E1,
bishop f3, queen e6, f5 is nothing. You just take.
Yeah, I just take it. Right. So what about queen e2, rook e1? Let's say queen b5.
Don't tell me we can sack on e7.
I actually think we can. King takes and like rook e1. And yeah, I think this is actually it, guys. This is a pretty cool line. Wow. Because at first I thought, you know, it had to do with this double attack idea. But then I realized like we're not really getting the knight back so easily because this doesn't do anything. The queen just takes it. There's no discoveries. So there's the move rook e1. So it's amazing that Hikaru saw all of that so quickly. And after, let's say, queen back, there's the sack. Wow. Look at that. Like, what a dramatic entrance for the rook. Like, hey, here I am. And the king is brought out. And now, yeah, okay, now queen d4 is pretty easy to see. Oh, wow.
That was a stunning line.
That really is beautiful.
Yeah. And I think Magnus missed it too because he, you know, sunk into a thing after queenside castles. And I think a lot of Black's play was based on the fact that White cannot castle and then White castles and suddenly Hikaru is doing just fine here.
Yeah, wow. I mean, he's offering a trade, which makes a lot of sense given that he's up a pawn. And I mean, yeah, like the computer is saying we should trade, bring out the bishop, I guess go rook h1. That's kind of a hard thing to think of, I think. I mean, when you're down a pawn just to trade the queens, like I'm not surprised that Hikaru is going knight c3. But then the problem is that costs him like a move and then he's still pinned. So it's kind of hard to avoid the trade in the long run. And now Black is preparing the queenside castle. So what is Hikaru going to do? I mean, I'm still liking Black here, although I guess we gotta hope that this bishop gives us something in the long run.
And maybe after Black castles queenside, can we play queen a3, try and bring the queen to a6?
Yep. Well, I think his queen, yeah, will try to get out from a3. And maybe even queen a3 here. What about that?
Yeah.
Or is there, whoa, look at that tactic. I was going to say maybe there's a5, you know, to go knight b4. But there's
I mean,
also
we're only on move 3. We've seen so many tactical motifs already in this game. It's incredible.
Wow. There's this move. But what's even more amazing, like, look, this is just so insane. I mean, okay, the idea is if you take, I take, and it's a good trade for me. But the computer is saying king b1. And now if you take either rook, then I just go here and I'm threatening you with a smothered mate. And what a crazy line. And then, you know, your king is in danger. You got to give up like 2 pieces for the rook.
This line is insane.
I mean, it's very easy to miss some of that, right? So
that's crazy stuff.
Hikaru went rook d1. Okay, that's fine. So he's stopping those knight e3 ideas. So what happens if castle is queenside? Oh, then we have a double attack, Fiona.
Which double attack? Let me see.
We can take here and try something like that.
Crafty.
And then we can try to get back the pawn that we're missing with like a reasonable position.
Yeah, and this seems to be fine. And castles is on the board. So we'll see if Hikaru takes on c6 now.
Oh, he will, I think. I mean, he can do it with the other move order, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't see why he wouldn't go for that. I mean, he knows that he needs to equalize.
Because maybe queen a3. So the engine briefly showed this move d5. What is d5? What happens?
d5, you said?
After queen a3, yeah.
Oh, wow. Based on this mate? Oh, man. That's so brutal. Okay. So, like, the idea is to block off the bishop and be like, you can't take me because in the end you get mated.
Insanity.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think that makes it more likely that Hikaru will take on c6.
I wonder. I mean, taking on c6 is a solid move, yeah? He's still thinking, but provoking Magnus into doing that and kind of weakening the king a bit is also kind of tempting. But you know, this is so funny. I'm just like trying to understand this. Like, I'm like, well, why can't you just go king b1, right? And I think the answer is e6, you know, and this is why the computer wants to play this move. Because this is not the most obvious thing. Like, what is that move about? You're not attacking anything. You're not trying to attack anything. I think you're just trying to stop this move. Now, to test my theory, we would have to put this move on the board, king b1, and see what black does. Okay, actually, e6 is only the second move of the computer. The first one is queen f5, defending this one. Aha, so you're not stopping e6. You're stopping queen f5.
F5.
Nice prophylactic move. And then Hikaru.
Hey, so maybe queen a3 is actually good, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru has this kind of like king b1 idea and pressure on this diagonal. Actually, queen a3 is really quite interesting. I mean, and I think, did he do it? He did.
He did.
Hikaru keeps the game alive, not taking the knight right away.
And Magnus also doesn't go
Magnus,
wrong with
yeah,
d5.
Magnus does not go for this d5 move. He makes the safer move. And now I think Hikaru probably will need to take, and he did. But look at that. He emerged unscathed. Fiona, like,
it's actually incredible the way I think like the key to surviving was that Magnus missed this quayside castles, which was a very nice find by Hikaru.
Yeah, because here he's, you know, I mean, okay, he's not doing amazing, but he's not doing bad either. You know, okay, he just has to protect the pawn either with the queen or the rook. Both look possible to me. Maybe rook is a little more active just to keep the queen on e7.
Yeah, I like rook e2 better as well.
Yeah, you don't have to like go there. You don't have to worry about that because you'll sack your queen. So this game looks like it's heading towards a draw, but with a lot of action.
A lot of action. I think Hikaru will be very happy to survive this game. The game isn't over yet, of course. But from what happened in the opening, it really looked very, very dodgy, to say the least.
Yeah, I think Hikaru needs to trade the queens, actually. Right? Because this queen is very active. Our knight is not very good. Very difficult to improve this knight. So I think ultimately we will be seeing a move like that very soon.
So first it's Magnus to move. What do you think Magnus will do?
Yeah, all of Magnus's moves. I mean, yeah, sure. Like h5 is fine. King b7. There's not a whole lot that Magnus can do to improve his position either.
Yeah, king b7 looks like a natural. Both moves, and then I think, as you said, queen e4. I think this might be a relatively short draw, actually.
Yep, I agree, but it'll go, I don't know, say 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. Let me make a prediction, guys. You know, I like to do that. So at 2:41 Eastern, we will see where we are.
Meanwhile, I see this game is in the balance, but all the other three games, White has a substantial advantage in all of them. Fedoseev is much better against Bluebaum. Wesley So is much better against Abdusattorov. and Nepo is borderline winning against Kretarsson. Okay, so h5 has been played.
Yeah. You know what is amazing? When you start out with the same position, Fiona, and it develops in such different ways that, like, I'm looking at the game between, you know, Greterson and Nepo, and it's just like, it's unrecognizable to this position, like unrecognizable. There's nothing even similar that you can say, oh, they had the same game ever, you know?
I know.
Yeah.
Well, if this game and when this game ends, we'll go and have a look at the other games for now. So what do you think? Do you think Hikaru will go Queen e4?
Yeah, I think also, I guess it's an interesting question, like to try to win the pawn. But the problem is if you win the pawn and eventually get hit with rook e8, that's not so good. So I guess rook h1 doesn't really threaten that. I don't know. I would play queen e4. It's just such a solid move, but I guess they would go queen d7. Yeah, I mean, rook h1 is fine. It's fine. And then queen e4. Probably I would go
would you rather play white or black here?
Makes no difference.
Yeah. Irina, you have to pick a side now.
I have to pick a side. I mean, I'll pick white. Okay. I'll pick white. You know why? Because of that isolated pawn. Because, I mean, if things go wrong, I can actually see black maybe messing this up. You know, because of the pawn structure being a little bit in white's favor. But of course, black has enough activity that it really should never be an issue. But, like, I mean, it's not going to be an issue in their game. But I'm saying, like, when you're playing against, like, a game of lower rated players, like, that could actually make a difference.
Yeah, I would probably take black because as white, I always get paranoid that my king might get into some trouble after b5, b4. But that's probably just me seeing ghosts.
Yeah, b5, interesting move. But, you know, white, it's also a double-edged move, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Because I could go maybe king b1 and then, yeah, we want to be a little careful about moving those pawns too much, giving me outposts.
And I see in the chat Curry Bodudula. Curry Bodudalala is saying, maybe it's because I'm bad, but this position doesn't seem obviously drawn at all. No, I don't think it's obviously drawn at all. I think it's equal, but maybe we won't see a quick draw, actually.
Yeah, and I saw Magnus on the camera looking like drinking his Icelandic water. He seems calm, but yeah, it's a calm kind of position. And Hikaru needs to make some moves to get to move 30. So he's got 10 minutes to get to move 30, which is plenty.
Also, Loki is asking, is it a terrible idea to sack the queen for the 2 rooks, or does that just not work? It would be a good idea. The problem is Magnus isn't gonna play rook e8, and there is no way right now that Hikaru can sack the queen for the 2.
Like if you went here immediately, I would just love this opportunity because why is this good for white guys? Because when you're playing with 2 rooks against a queen, you look for a couple of major factors. Like number 1 is king safety. Well, white's king is safe enough against the queen. Number 2, pawn structure. And make sure your pawns are not like a total mess that the queen can just pick up. Your pawn structure is stable enough. So if anyone's going to play for a win in this kind of position, it would be white. Right, so black definitely is not going to be giving up those 2 rooks for the queen. And now it's interesting. Hikaru plays queen g5. Wow. Okay, you see, he thinks that pawn is weak.
Yeah, maybe I'm with you. Maybe I'll change my mind and I would play white after all, because I think you're right that king b1 will stop any concerns I had, and h5 does look like one of the only weaknesses on the board.
Yeah. Well, okay, black has many ways to defend it, including just like knight f6, which is fine. Trade a pair of rooks first. I don't know if that really what that really does. Like, let's look at this line. Rook takes. Oh no, rook takes, blunders that pawn.
Oh, no, we don't want to lose that pawn.
No, we don't. So rook e1. Okay, so what I wanted actually was to check this line with queen g1. Right, because this seemed rather relevant for black to try this line.
I guess the problem is you can't take f4 because of rook e4.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a fine position for black.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the computer favors white because I guess it's hard to defend that pawn because this knight is a bit stuck. You can't take that one because of the skewer. And yeah, really because of these two factors, it favors white, which is surprising. I can see someone like thinking, oh, that's just equal. Right, Fiona?
Yeah, I'm also, I have to say, I'm not surprised that the position is better for white, but I am surprised that it is that much better.
Yep. All right, so let's see, what is Magnus going to do after queen g5? He's still thinking. And
so what move are we on? We're move 19.
19,
so...
yeah. I think rook f8 is very logical.
Hikaru looks very relaxed, meanwhile, on the camera footage.
Maybe it's a contest between them. Who's going to look the coolest?
Yeah,
You know, the least stressed out about the game. And I guess if you don't want to go for this pawn, then you got to do this. So this is another possible scenario. Yeah, you just protect the pawn and okay, seems pretty balanced. Get your king out of there soon.
Yeah, if only we could somehow defend d2, because I would love to activate the rook from e2. But I'm not sure how to do it.
Oh yeah, Hikaru was leaning back. Yeah, that's his relaxed pose. It's like, I'm very confident here.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at the body language of the two players, if I didn't see the evaluation, I would even think that it's much worse for Magnus, because Magnus doesn't look too happy and Hikaru looks very, very relaxed.
Yeah, well, it's also probably the change, right? From where he was to where he is. He's like kind of exuding confidence, being like, hey, what happened to your advantage, Magnus?
I think that's exactly what it is. I think you're 100% correct.
Yeah, I guess between these players, there's a lot of the psychology going on, right, Fiona?
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, for those of you maybe on Twitch who only started watching chess a few years ago, back in the day, these two had a lot of classical encounters, and Hikaru actually took a very long time until he beat Magnus for the first time. He had a pretty horrendous score. I can't remember how bad it was, but it was
like 10-0 or 11-0. Yeah,
something huge. Yeah. So there was, I think, a lot of psychological stuff going on, but I think now in recent years,
since he stopped caring, yeah,
exactly. Since he literally stopped caring. So yeah, and Magnus has played knight f6.
Yep. Okay, so maybe he wants to play rook g8 and target this pawn a little bit. Well, I think, well, first of all, my prediction was wrong. There's not going to be a draw in the next 2 minutes.
But I think we were both wrong on, I mean, I don't know what I'm curious what the rules are. I wonder if the players are allowed to even offer a draw whenever they want, or if there's because I read the regulations this morning, but I didn't see anything about stopping them. I think
he just wants to play here, probably. He's protecting the pawn and just wants to play there. There are ideas of this as well. Right, actually, because their rook takes. Okay, well, rook takes is a problem, but one day there could be an idea of that as well.
Maybe if we play king b2 first, or Okay, so let's see. Rook G8.
Queen F5 or Queen E5, right?
Okay, so Creamsicle is confirming there are no draw rules, so I think that means the players can just offer a draw whenever they want. But knowing Hikaru and Magnus, I think Magnus in general almost never offers a draw, and I think Hikaru would also not offer, because if Magnus plays on, then psychologically you're again in that position where you don't really want to have to deal with that. So
Yeah.
I think we should have understood that also a mass liquidation was not so likely.
Right, between these two players, right?
Yeah. I think in general, Magnus doesn't, unless he feels he is substantially worse, will not.
It's
mass
got a couple of
liquidate.
minutes on the clock, though, Hikaru.
Yeah.
And I think he just escaped that check. That's a good move. He's threatening this move, which incidentally threatens to win the game, because then you lose the knight. So black just needs to find some move to deal with that. Like, this one is interesting.
I mean, Hikaru is definitely the one with the pressure here. I wouldn't. I know the engine says it's it's fine, but I would really not want to play black here.
I agree. It feels a lot easier, right, to be white. So white has to go here. And after rook takes, you got to figure out which way you want to take. So for me, like the first thing I'm going to think about is the pawn, just most natural. I'll keep the queens on the board. And then there's this kind of liquidation event. Well, like let's say I take, you take, I take, you take. So this should be a draw, but it's not so simple, because suddenly this pawn becomes a problem for Hikaru. Now,
so what's if
go D3?
D3? Something bad will probably happen, but what is it?
Wow.
Simple as
using that pin, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Hikaru by no means has to actually go into any of that, but just a sample line. But yeah, he does have to play rook E5, because obviously these are not moves he wants to be making. So there's no question he's going to play rook E5. And then the question is going to be, okay, like in this position, what to do? So it turns out that capture, not very good.
Maybe we can capture the other pawn.
Yeah, this one looks fine. So many different captures that can be made, but yeah, you can't take my pawn because your knight is hanging.
And this looks like we're getting with more material coming off. I mean, if the G and F pawns disappear, then it should just be a draw.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit easier maybe for black to play this position, just because of this pawn kind of being a nagging issue and this pawn. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a little bit easier for black to play, but of course it's completely fine. Hikaru just has to make a couple of like careful moves, right? You can't even take this pawn. Actually, why can't you take it? Knight e4, queen d4, and c3. C3, yeah. Oh, wait, no, look at that. Here, I was thinking c3. Oh, c3, there's also knight d3.
Yeah.
There's knight d3 and black wins. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You got to be a little careful. But apparently we are okay after rook f5.
More than okay.
Knight move, and then we can go for this idea. And all right, let's see what we got here. This happened, and this is the big question for me. Which way is Hikaru going to capture? Is he going to capture with the pawn or the queen? I think the pawn. I still think it's going to be the pawn.
I think so too. I mean, it's funny how the engine just gives 0 zeros for both lines.
Yeah.
I think you and I are on the same page. We want to keep the queens on for now, at least. I don't know. Do you feel that queen takes is a bit more risk-free?
Yeah, it's definitely a risk-free move. I mean, black doesn't want to take, so.
He took with the queen, apparently.
Oh, he did, yeah. Queen. Okay. Let me just.
It's not on the board yet.
Not on the board. Okay.
Let me see.
Black can play queen d6. Yeah, I guess it's just a very solid move by black. And okay, it's heading towards a draw. Why not take the knight? Take what knight? That's a good question. Oh, I don't know. Are you thinking that knight? No, it was protected.
KT Dub is asking, after the opening, is the accuracy much lower in Fischer random?
I think it's probably much lower in the opening.
Yeah.
So Magnus is kind of looking away somewhere now. And why is that? Still weird. We're not getting the moves. Are they? There's a queen on e5, and Magnus is thinking. Okay, hold on. Magnus.
Oh, no, I think he just took now, actually. Hikaru.
Just took. And oh, queen d6 happened. Yeah, queen d6. And Hikaru played queen f5. Okay, seems fine. Nothing's really happening.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Nippo has won his game against Greater Sun. Wesley is no longer winning against Abdusattorov, and Fedoseev is still much, much better against Bluebaum.
Queen f5. All right, so what can Magnus even come up with here? Quite hard to go with something. I don't know, rook e8, rook to the open file, I guess would come to my mind. Offer up a rook trade, queen trade. That's probably what I would be thinking about.
But I'm curious, why? Like on the camera feed, it says Magnus is thinking, but Hikaru's time is ticking on our screen. Tim is asking, do we tempo queen with rook? So he wants to play, I guess, rook d3 somewhere.
Yeah, that is an idea for white. I mean, it's not white's turn, but yeah, it's definitely an idea for white. So here we go. We have this position finally up on the board. Queen f5. And yeah, I suppose you have to get ready for this move. I mean, of course, you always have queen e6 if that happens. You can go into this endgame. Your e pawn looks kind of weak, but I guess it's compensated by the g pawn.
Yeah, I'm curious if Magnus is just gonna offer up the queen trade. Or if he's gonna do what? It's not easy to come up with moves for Magnus, and he does offer the queen trade.
Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru will play like queen there and they can do a repetition. Because that's actually funny, because you know, if I go there, you already didn't take me before, so I guess you're not going to take me now. And then we can repeat the game like that. I actually think that's a plausible way of the game ending.
I agree with you. I hadn't seen it, but now that you've pointed it out, I agree with you. I think that's quite likely.
And I mean, what else can he do? What is another way the game could end? There. Right there. Yeah. Yeah, he could go for this. He could play that actually. But why would he?
Really be better here as black?
Why would he go for this position actually as white? This weakness is balanced out by this weakness.
I'd be shocked.
As long as you don't go there and blunder your pawn with a check. Like as long as you come out like that. Should be fine, right? So let's see what happens.
Okay, so the queens
E6.
are off.
Yep. And he will probably play rook e3. Or he has some funny move like f5. F5, e5. Kind of wonder why bother with this as white. I don't know,
but
maybe
d3?
go like here and like establish your knight on the outpost and try to win. Actually,
I mean, this one he can push.
Yeah, I mean, f5, I guess black will have to take and liquidate. I wonder if that's going to be his choice. So he went knight e2. Hikaru is like playing for the win, I think. He is, you know, Fiona?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's the only one that can play for win, because black is the one with the fractured pawn structure with the weak pawns. So
but it's interesting how this move actually tells us, you know, it clues us in as to what the players are thinking about. Because it doesn't, you might think like, oh, well, it doesn't change anything. It's all zeros. But actually it tells you what the players are thinking about. He wants to beat him because if he wanted a draw, he would have played this move or this move. And he didn't. And it's because he wants to be able to play there without like trading pieces. So, you know, that's a, you know, a little insight into his mindset now.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I am shocked the engine gives this as 0-0s. Because it's just seems like, why should black be equal here with those weak pawns? And
yeah, now f5 is interesting. Okay, so what happens on rook g6? Is he still going to go f5? Like f5, I guess they can still make a draw by pulling back the knight. Okay, so it's, I mean, okay, it's hard to make progress for white for sure. This knight is still pretty good. Magnus has got to make 2 moves in a minute and 19 seconds.
Should be able to make it.
I guess this is Hikaru offering a draw. Yeah, that's right. That's what this move tells us. Because now, okay, this will happen. And I guess knight e2 or something. Why not? It could be other moves, but knight e2 to f4 is quite likely.
Yeah, now it's hard to see. Hard to see her.
This game, it quieted down quite a bit from the exciting opening, didn't it? It was like two different games. It's like all the excitement in the opening. And then like, okay, here's all the pieces getting traded.
It's almost hard to believe that it's the same game that we were watching earlier.
Yeah.
What happened to the clock time? What happened to the clock time is the players reached move 30. And so they each received an extra 5 minutes. And so they will also get a 5-second increment per move now.
Right. So what do we got in the other matches? We got Abdusatorov playing Wesley So, right?
Yeah, I think we should probably stay here just until they're done, since we see them on camera and we can... I mean, I assume it won't last too much longer, but we should probably stick around until...
Yeah, this was a very even game.
Done.
I would say if anyone has a bit of a psychological edge, maybe Hikaru, because he solved his problems from a worse position. But Magnus, on the other hand, you know, got to play that G5 idea, which was really unusual. Yeah, so he can maybe be happy about that.
And you know what? Maybe we can move after all, since we will keep the live board, of course, on Hikaru and Magnus. Maybe we can take a quick look at
okay, let's
Wesley.
take a quick look. Wow, Wesley So at this point is winning. He's got 2 pieces and a pawn for the rook. Okay, his king is a bit open, but it is tricky, but still ultimately he's better. We expect him to win. We got Fedosev and Bluebaum. Feta save playing white, and he's up a pawn.
Also,
Should probably
5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Bluebaum doesn't have a lot of time.
By the way, I think, Irina, we're about to see a handshake in the Magnus game. Maybe we can just pull up the board for a second because
Yeah.
they now
Everything
have this.
got traded. Yeah.
And okay, they did repeat moves, which makes me think either there is a draw rule after all, or nobody wanted to offer a draw, and which maybe the latter.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, that was such a close game. We'll see what they bring to the second game. They get a little bit of a break. And meanwhile, we got Feta save is trying to win against Bluebaum. And is there one other game? Oh, yeah, Nepo already won against Gretterson. Wow. Beautiful final position.
Yeah.
Up a piece. Beautiful pawn. Is about to promote it. Looks like Black just got destroyed here, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
where are Black's pieces?
Maybe we can quickly see what happened.
Why did his king never castle? Like, I really want to know why Black's king never castled. Huh. Totally crazy stuff. Who knows what's going on? Ooh. Is that what he forgot? Is that what he missed? I bet he did. Yeah. He was like, I got a fork, and he probably totally forgot about castling. And that happens a lot in Fischer random.
Yeah, Fischer. I mean, I have to say, I see No Johns in the chat is saying I love this format. I have to say, I think it's been a great show. I actually quite like the time control. And I think we've seen some spectacular games of fighting chess. So my first impression is that I think the format is actually pretty nice.
Yep, I agree. I mean, anything that lends itself to this kind of excitement. But yeah, nice game by Nepo. That was quite cool. That's why you have to really be alert as to when castling is possible in Fischer random. I think that was Hiovar's big issue in this game.
Yeah.
And how is Feta save? Is he getting closer to winning? I mean, it's still a mess, but he's still better. But still a mess. I mean, the king is open. I mean, I can see how this could turn around, Fiona. So I wouldn't say it's totally over.
No, I think both of them are not over, because this one also, with the open king like that.
Yep.
As the time ticks down, anything can still happen here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, king d3. And it's kind of like lovely how all these pieces are protecting each other. You can always put the bishop there. And if you take on h2, what do I do? That's the question. Oh, I win your rook. Check, check, win rook.
That's nice.
Right, so, oh, but he didn't do that. What? Have they been repeating this? No, they haven't. So the guy is going to go here. And then he's going to go back.
Yeah, queen e3.
He was just afraid to bring out the king in the front, huh?
But can he change his mind, Wesley, and go queen e3 anyway?
Yeah, he can. He can still do that move. It's only going to be a 2-time repetition. He's got to change his mind and kind of go to d3. I hope he will. It would be sad to let this game end in a draw at this point, right?
Yeah, for sure. So what do you think you should play king e3 and then king d3?
Yeah, king d3.
Okay,
Okay,
king
this
f2.
one, apparently he's not really escaping the perpetual. I guess the issue is you don't really have queen f4.
Goes the knight.
And that should be a draw. Because this position this queen endgame is an easy draw. So you don't have the block, so what can you do?
Go back to e2 and play queen e3.
Yeah, go back to e2, but now I might, I might even go here and you don't have queen e3. Now your bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
Now you got to go there because I can't take your bishop because of knight e7. But then you make a draw. So I do think he messed this one up. And this game is likely to end in a draw, king f2. And he went, though, rook c6. Wow. Is
he playing for a win? Yeah, what's going on?
Well, maybe he is. That's quite some fighting spirit. I don't really see the point of this move. Like, if they just move away, I don't really see what you gained. But it's interesting that he didn't go for the check.
I'm super confused. So let's see. Bishop b3 was played and king g7. He is playing for the win, I guess.
I mean, he's playing for the win. I mean, trying to use the king, but of course that can backfire. Okay, so rook c1. Rook c1. Queen f2 or knight e3. Okay, he went for this one. Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't really see how black can win this, but unless there's a blunder, right?
I mean, I'm so shocked that he's playing, because also the bishop on b3 is looking down at f7. Like at some point, the black king could get in trouble here as well. I don't know. I'd love to bring my knight to g4 somehow. Can I go knight e3 here?
I guess maybe white wants to also trade the queens if he has an opportunity.
Yeah.
In general, I mean, once you trade the queens, you're definitely not in any danger. Wow. So now rook b1 trying to win the queen. It is looking a bit dangerous, right?
Yeah. Yeah, suddenly I take it all back.
I mean, okay, in the worst case, I can always go here. Okay, it's not that dangerous. I can always bring back the knight. Yeah. Queen f3, check. King h3. I was kind of wondering about this position, but I guess you can do that. It does look a little risky to move that pawn up, but I guess you're holding that as well.
Yeah, it's the kind of it's g4 is the kind of move the engine will make it and say it's +1 for me. As a human, you think like, God, maybe the queen will come into e1. I'm gonna get mated.
Yeah, interesting, right? All right. So by the way, let's just take a look at Bluebaum quickly.
Yeah, I think Fedoseev is about to wrap that one up so we can catch the final moments there. I think it's just up. It's up.
Oh yeah, found it. Oh, he won, yeah?
Literally just won, yeah.
Wow. He kind of got that king and he's about to win the knight. Okay, got it. So let's go back to our main battle between Wesley So and Noderbek Abdusatorov. King h2, h5. Knight f4. Okay. Well, I mean, I do think that maybe black can lose this. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked or anything.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if any of the players I wouldn't be shocked if any of the players is, but I'm shocked that Abdusatorov didn't go for the draw, unless he thought there was maybe no repetition yet, but because now with the rook having to drop back.
So, okay, the rook is dropping back to guard the pawn. I guess the first thing that I would look at here, I'd be honest, is this move. I really want to know why I can't bring my knight here to put more pressure. I make your pawn move kind of inducing some weaknesses. So this kind of knight move I would have thought about. But okay, he goes for a different idea. Bishop d5. Do you think he wants to maybe start pushing this pawn soon?
Yeah, why not? I think his king is safe now. Also, the king will be even safer if the bishop ever needs, if needs be, the bishop can drop back to g2. So we don't need to worry so much about the second rank. And yeah, I like your suggestion of.
Oh, you know what I also think, Fiona, just in case, your bishop can always pull back here, and then your king is going to be super safe.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Well, I do think in general, 2 pieces is better than a rook. So I think especially the time situation, he has a good, decent chance to pull this out. And he actually did go to g2. And now the question, trade or not trade? Before we wanted to trade, but can we do better now? You see, Fiona, like this is not a bad move. I think you still got, you know, chances to win.
I would keep the queens now, I think.
But you can also just keep the queens and keep more pressure on that king. Big decision. Yeah, he decides to keep the queens on the board. Good for him. Queen c2. Now it's Abdusatorov who's like desperately trying to trade the queens, and Wesley is not going to let him have it. Yeah. You see, guys, this is why 2 pieces are better than a rook, you know, because look what kind of cozy nest we created around that king. Everyone's protecting everyone, and you can't really do anything with the rook.
But if we don't trade queens now, can black try and go queen e1, rook d1?
Yeah, he's actually, so first he's trying to win this pawn. Is he winning it? How do we save it? And we have only one way to save it. But that looks suboptimal, because when the queen comes in, then the only way to avoid a repetition is to bring your knight to g2. And then, of course, you definitely don't want to do that. Your knight on g2 is terrible.
But if you want to play for a win, maybe that's the only way to do it, right? Because we can't afford to lose the a pawn.
Right. Yeah. If you lose the a pawn, game is over. So, okay, liking black a little bit more now where it's going, but he went this way. So do we go king h3?
Why not? Seems safe.
Seems safe. This is covered. Yeah. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
This game, I think, is gonna go on for a long time.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's gonna be over in like 10 minutes, less, less. I think it has to end, because first of all, they have so little time to begin with, and it's like it's sharp enough. I just feel like it should be over pretty soon. I don't know.
And what do you think?
I would even be willing to say like 5 or 7 minutes.
Okay, I'll say 8 or more.
All right, so I'll take that 7. Yeah, that's great.
So it's now 9 past. And what do you think the result will be, actually?
Yeah, the result will be that white will. I don't know how white's going to win, because it could be a draw. It could be a draw, because, I mean, if he can't figure out how to push the pawn, they'll agree to a draw. But okay, I'll say white's going to win. Okay. I know it's tough, but come on, Wesley. Let's bring out those U.S. champion skills.
And I mean, let's not forget, not just US champion, he's also the reigning world champion and Fischer.
Yeah, look at this. You see something's happening. We're getting some action, Fiona, because now if rook a4, knight e6, it's like, oh, you're gonna get mated. And this is why, you know, 2 pieces are better than a rook again. Okay, so you see, it's not that simple. No. How long is he going to survive this? I don't know. The knight's coming out to e6. The knight's coming to g5. There you go. Just a few more seconds, Wesley. That's it.
Yeah, it's starting to look very, very dangerous. I don't even know where I want to put my king. All those squares look.
I think he should regret not making that draw. I mean, okay, but hold on. He's still surviving, because this is a nasty threat of queen f5 if I go queen f4. Wow, okay, it's not that simple, Fiona.
No.
Not that simple.
Not
wow, we're going to get a queen trade and then the bishop coming here. Oh, wow, it might go on and on. Oh, but he didn't want the queen trade. Okay, but he probably will still trade the queens. But, oh, he doesn't want the queen trade. He likes the idea of getting himself mated. All right. Bishop c6. Let's go, Wesley. Let's go. There you go. He heard me. Oh, I like the idea of like trapping in the rook. Yeah, this is beautiful. This is such a nice position for the bishop. All right, that's fine.
F6.
Bishop b5. Just trapping that rook.
I think you're gonna crush me across the board here. I think it will end sooner than
we'll see. I don't know. We'll see, Fiona. So yeah, but it's been 3 minutes and we've had a lot of action, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I really like this idea of cutting off the rook. I mean, I think it just, because the rook was totally cut off. And when the rook goes there was this full move, queen d5 attacking it. But this move isn't as good, but okay. You can't ask that much from the players. They got like no time. They're doing their best. All right.
I think I would bring the rook back because I don't really want it to get trapped on a5. So maybe rook e5.
Is he going to make a move in time? He did something. I don't know what he did.
Yeah.
Oh, he feels the pressure. And Wesley's totally focused. Oh, wow. Wait, they've made a lot more moves.
I know.
Oh, no.
The board is not keeping up any longer.
There's something like rook e5 happened. And then, oh, man, I wish I could see that. Okay, here was the position. Wow, so rook.
Oh.
How did this rook get here? It went, oh, wow.
What kind of magic?
Wow. Oh, man, they're like solo on time. Oh, man, anyone can win this even. Like 25 seconds for Noterbeck. And Wesley doesn't have much time at all.
I mean, that's the
guy's like threatening, I don't know, the knight right now, but obviously that could be a draw.
The way he brought that rook around.
Yeah, that's why we needed to lock up that rook.
Yeah.
So the position is now with king g2. That's the live board. King g2. And then rook a2. Where is the king going? To f3?
Do you think
rook
so?
A3?
So we see the clocks now. Both players have around 16, 17 seconds. This is incredibly tense. The king is going to f3.
Wow, queen d6. Who's trying to win?
Both of them.
Wow. Okay. Can we just get some update here on the chessboard? Oh, okay. Something like this happened. I know this is not exact, but so who's winning? Okay, the board looks something like this. Okay,
yes.
don't treat me too harshly about this, but it looks something like that. And then there's a king on h6 as well, and it's like white's turn to move.
Let's just put the king there.
Yeah, but I did it. Oh yeah, that's right. The king is here. But then it's black's turn, and black just, oh no, it's white's turn, and then there's like some check. Okay, so he can trade the queens and win that pawn. Wow, that's so tense.
I'm 2 minutes away from winning the prediction. Come on, guys. Don't let me down.
Yeah. Did he go knight g2, queen here, king e3, queen g1? Oh man, I think they're going to make a draw.
Yeah. But
they had an awesome game, honestly.
That was such a, I mean, it's not over yet, but what an incredibly fighting game. And yeah, we saw a couple of checks. It's up to Sattler still looking for more. Plays queen f1. But I think it will end with that draw.
Great fighting spirit by this, this young player.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they are repeating moves and they just agreed to a draw. Wow. That was not easy, huh? Did that get some adrenaline going there for the players?
Wow. What a game. What an incredible fight here between the two players. That was really spectacular.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, it felt like White was trying to win and he was, probably somewhere in the range of that. Like, I think this moment, right, Fiona, right here, actually, Let's look at this. You could go there. Remember that move? Now the rook is cut. Now, if you go there, I might even have like knight e6 check. Right. So, I mean, the problem is that this king isn't getting in some trouble. Like, let's say this. Oh, wow. Look at that. Can I put my knight on d7? That's kind of cool. Wait, so how am I supposed to win this? I've just been giving random checks.
Yeah, I think it might be winning, but it's not like there's nothing crushing.
Yeah, well, it's not obvious. It's more just that the rook is actually, as opposed to the game, the rook is not playing. It can't go there. The queen can't go there. The bishop is anchored. This file is closed. And actually, I'm going to break through against g6 eventually. Yeah,
Wesley's going to be disappointed, and he'll get a very short break before the final game of the day. I think we're going to take this opportunity as well to take a final quick break. Before we return for the last game, Hikaru will be black against Magnus. You don't want to miss it, so we'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to the final game of today, this first day of the Fischer Random World Championship finals. And Irina Hikaru now will be playing with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Do you think Magnus will repeat B3 himself as white, or he will come up with something else?
Well, I think Magnus has a good sense of humor, so I can see him playing that move and giving Hikaru the option to repeat G5. Because actually Hikaru got like a normal position. But at the same time, I can also see him just playing a move like D4 to start the game, right? Putting that pawn in the center, blocking this bishop that's going to open up with a fianchetto. Yeah, as we talked about the first time we saw this position, it's very easy for both sides to castle a king side. You just got to get this knight out of the way. Queen side is a lot trickier. Which way did they castle? Hikaru actually castled queen side in the game as white.
But why is queen side much trickier? Because all you have to do is move the bishop from C8.
Oh, wait, all you got to do is move you don't have to move the queen, right?
No, and nor the bishop, nor the knight, sorry.
Knights, okay, wow, that's right. Because somehow I thought you had to get all these pieces out of the way, right? Yeah, so you just got to get the bishop out of the way to castle. I guess it's possible. But you will have to make pawn moves around the king just to get the queen out, right? Which is also why I think it's like less likely. So what else can be done? So white can do G3, white can do B3, or they could go for more space, right? You know, you can even wonder about B4 on the first move. Like, how does that play out? That's also kind of interesting. You know, and then if G5, you go bishop B2. So I can definitely see someone even trying like a extended fianchetto.
Yeah.
But that's like me saying I have no idea, Fiona. That's what I'm really saying. Like all these moves are possible, and I got no idea what Magnus is actually going to do.
Oh, and just before we start, as we see that the players are at the board, I had seen that, but we haven't mentioned it on the stream yet. So this morning there was the technical meeting, and as part of that, the players got to choose their chairs. And Hikaru chose one of like the spectators' chairs, like just the most simple, one of those green chairs you're seeing the spectators on. So yeah, that's a funny bit of trivia. I think Magnus also wasn't happy with the first chair he tried, but I don't know what he's using instead.
That's pretty interesting that the players get to choose their chairs. It's kind of a novelty. I've never really...
No, it happens in the big, like it was very famous. You must have seen it in the candidates tournament, especially the one in Ekaterinburg. Like some of the players had these massive chairs, and then Dingley Wren was playing on this tiny chair.
Wow, no, I don't remember that. Yeah, I should remember it, but I don't. Yeah, I never paid attention to that. Look at that, Fiona.
B4.
Look, I'm not totally clueless. I was like the extended fianchetto. We could see it. All right.
That's hilarious.
All right. And Hikaru goes D5.
D5.
Okay. So now what? Now it's like I'm already stuck for a move, right? Well, what does black want? Should we just put the bishop here?
Do you mean what does white want, or what does...
Yeah, I'm actually, what does black want in the sense, like, are we trying to stop something? Like, are you going to try to go like F6 and E5, or what exactly is black's idea here? That's what I was wondering about.
That's a great question.
I see the computer suggesting this move. This is never going to be played.
No, that's just...
well,
like that's the weirdest
like
move.
Not an awesome option, but like as an option, but it's just crazy. Yeah, it's already quite complicated, isn't it? He went G3. Yeah, okay. He goes for the other fianchetto and C6.
Okay, and now will we see this really kind of just bishop G2, knight F3, castles? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, certainly I would think about something like that. Should I also think about c4 perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of interesting. What if I do that? Is it too early?
Okay, my first question will be, what if I take?
Yeah, then we're like in Catalan, right? Carlsen likes the Catalan.
That's true.
He does like to play that. So maybe just knight a3. Oh, look, you can't play pawn b5 because my bishop is already fianchettoed. It's a Catalan. Do you see that, Fiona? It's pretty funny. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he played c4. I wouldn't be shocked at that. What did he do? He's still thinking. He played bishop g2. Okay. But it is an interesting idea, guys. Bishop g2, yeah. Okay. I wonder, what do you think is the point of that?
Well, I guess he wants to get castled.
Oh, you know what I think it is?
No, he doesn't need to. What am I saying?
Yeah, no, but I think it is about that. I think he didn't go knight f3, Fiona, because of bishop h3. And then he can't castle, right?
Yeah.
Then he can't castle, then he has to move his rook, and then he can't get castled, right? So I think that's probably what he's thinking. He's trying to go knight f3 and get into a ready. Okay.
And I'm still curious. How is Hikaru going to develop his pieces?
Yeah, well, Hikaru has a lot of choices here.
Knight f6.
Hikaru again has this idea of g6.
Or g5.
Yeah, but if he wants to castle short, then he'll go g6. Yeah. And again, just to reiterate this point, which we've seen a million times, this queen gets trapped after g5 because we're not letting her out there. Bishop's not letting her out there, and we win her with rook g6. So Hikaru, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he did g6. I mean, I think it's a reasonable move. He did knight f6. Okay, I mean, it's the same idea. He wants to go g6 next.
I think this is the most time we've seen the players take on the very first moves. Wow, a4 is not a move I had on my radar.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I wonder what it's about. I actually really think he might go for this Catalan idea at some point. Also, I think he's he's trying to give his queen some space, Fiona. His knight, just a3 square in case he plays c4. Pretty interesting. So, well, I don't know. I feel like g6, you got to open this bishop at some point, right?
Yeah, I like g6. What other ideas? Can we just castle?
I don't really have any other ideas.
What if we just castle immediately?
Yeah, you can. Wait.
Why? And
if you put it on again.
If you put it on the rook?
Nope.
No.
Doesn't let me. Let's refresh.
No, but am I wrong about the rules? Can you not castle when there is a bishop on h8? No. No, now we can. Okay, I think it was just...
There we go. Yeah, castling is totally fine. I don't know why this position is such a edge for white. It seems fine for black. It really is like a reti, isn't it? The only problem for black is this queen.
It's the queen.
Yeah, this queen is just kind of more active, right? So is it going to come down to a difference of the queens? We shall see.
How do we activate the queen? Via b8? Via a7? What do you think?
Oh, let me just refresh. Okay. So he's still thinking after a4. Yeah. Via b8, via a7, a5. Should we play that move at some point?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, but I am a little concerned about b5. I'm not sure how much
bishop
of a
might come out to
is.
a3 one day. Wouldn't be such a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably just castle and take it from there.
Okay, so he went g6. Knight f3. There's no discoveries, right, on the queen. There's nowhere you can really go yet.
So
I think both sides will be castling now. I mean, definitely you can't castle this way anymore with these pawns here.
No, that's for sure.
So you're definitely going short. Yeah, both sides are going short. Black would have loved to somehow get this pawn in the game, but that didn't prove to be possible. Well, it looks like Magnus got a little bit of pressure on Hikaru here. Nothing major.
Yeah, nothing major, but I think it's the kind of position he really likes to play. I think he'll be quite happy with what he got out of the opening here.
Yeah, because of the space advantage here. That's really the main source of his small initiative. I wonder what Hikaru is thinking about, because you don't really want to start using up a lot of time deciding, about
I was thinking that, because it's only move 5 and he's already spent, I mean, he spent over 5 minutes on his first 4 moves, which in this time control is a lot of time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Tim, that this bishop is also difficult to develop. So in like a normal reti, we either put him there, which we're definitely not going to do since you have no way back, or we go there and we're willing to trade him for the knight. And that's usually like quite a viable strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised if the bishop went there and traded himself for the knight. But I mean, this is the close.
No, sorry. I was just surprised that Hikaru played knight a6.
Yeah, the closest opening I can really compare this to is the reti, right? It has a lot of reti themes. You already got this fianchetto going on. You haven't played a pawn to d4 yet. You'll probably have that pawn on d3. Or you might play to d4. It's also possible. I think that we don't really know. But yeah, that's the opening to compare it to. Knight a6, bishop a3. Okay, so Hikaru wants to what? Put it on c7 or what?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the knight is headed. I mean, where else if not c7, but could there be another idea? Because I still don't see, even if it goes to c7, then what?
Is like a big choice for white, how to deal with this, because they can move the queen. Going there is a little sad because it's like a wasted tempo. I mean, you can go. Oh no, you can't, because there's knight b4, knight c2.
That's
you can't go bishop b2 anymore. And then you can also go things like d4 or c3. And I honestly, again, it's very hard to pick one of them because they all look reasonable. Like I can't tell you like, oh, this move is so bad, but I guess it's the knight here.
After bishop b2, knight b4, is there castles, or do we just lose a pawn anyway?
Oh wow! No, you use the idea that Nepo.
Yeah, but you just take on c2 anyway.
Yeah, I take on c2, but
never mind.
Yeah, most likely queen a2. I mean, I think d4 is a little too committal. Like this square is weak, and like one day we might be able to use it. So probably not a move like d4. I think knight e4 is interesting by Hikaru. He actually goes for it.
Yeah.
And queen a2, right? Not making any pawn decisions, and knight d6. Hikaru is playing very creatively. He's trying to kind of use the little differences. So instead of doing the normal things like castling, he's spending his moves on this knight reposition. He wants to at least get the bishop here. So for me, obviously, the move d3 is just like
asking.
That's just the obvious move, right?
And so if d3, can we somehow use... I mean, d3 has the advantage of suddenly the bishop on h8 is looking like a very nice piece.
Yeah, he's nice, but I still think d3 in general fits into the plans. Yeah. I think I don't want to let you go there and take my bishop. So we'll see if Carlsen plays it. I'd be really surprised if he doesn't. I know I've used that expression several times today.
And d3 is on the board.
Yay, yay. Carlsen likes his bishops. We got that in common. Yeah, so Magnus and Irina have the same hair. Thank you.
And the same love
we
for the
also
bishops.
both like our bishop hair, guys. That's another thing that I got in common with Magnus.
And it rhymes as well. Hair and bishop hair.
That's right. Messy hair and bishop hair.
I love it. Okay, is Hikaru finally gonna castle? Yes, he did. So both players have castle.
Yeah, so alrighty, D3, castles. All right, we're getting closer to that Reti prototype. All right, what can we recommend for Hikaru now? So what are Hikaru's problems? So these moves are not really threats yet. Although that's not true. I think White wants to play C4 already. What do you think, Fiona?
Yeah, I think C2 makes a lot of sense. Try and open the center, open up the queen, and then maybe bring out the knight behind to C3. Maybe
yeah, there's also some
B5.
tactical ideas. There's tactical ideas with B5, trying to use that diagonal. So Hikaru needs to deal with that, right? So
wow, and he deals with it in a very concrete way.
Wow, he just like literally took apart the two ideas we talked about and was like, nope, not gonna happen.
I know.
Wow. The problem is, okay, I don't know about this move, guys, because if pawn takes, if you take with a C pawn, you're leaving behind a lot of problems on the A file for the long run. So I'm not such a fan.
Yeah,
in general, I'm not sure I'm a fan, because actually you're trading a B pawn for an A pawn, guys. In general, that's not a good idea. Right? So I guess he's thinking he's going to get the bishop, though. If he gets the bishop, then maybe that's enough compensation.
So bishop B2, you're saying you're just happy to trade?
Well, bishop B2, I'm trying to figure out why that doesn't just blunder a pawn. You see how tricky it is? Like, the computer's giving this move as the best, but I don't even understand why.
I hadn't even seen the pawn.
Right, like, why is that not a problem? Okay, let's try to figure that out. I mean, it must be just like queen B3, and then the knight goes back, and then like C4. I think this is what it is. I have a feeling it's just about initiative, right? So bishop B2, knight takes B4, and now queen B3, and like, let's say knight A6. Okay, there's also A5, but like, let's say knight A6. Yeah, it's just the initiative. It's a pawn sack for the initiative, better harmony.
And I mean, I'm suddenly getting flashbacks of or images of Magnus playing the Catalan, giving up pawns for the initiative.
But it's not like, it's not like the compensation is obvious.
No.
Like, actually, just because the computer is giving this is better for white, like, I don't know, to me, it's not obvious. But okay, Magnus has much better evaluation skills, but like look at this. Like, is it so clear that like this extra pawn is not worth it for black? Like, I don't think it's that clear. But I mean, yes, we can feel some initiative for white, but like, is it enough for the pawn?
No, you don't pick up. But what is
even this move? It's not like it's winning the pawn, right? But it's basically like you're saying, like, let's say as an example, you're basically just saying, oh, the knight is bad. Like, you cannot get your knight off the side of the board. Your queen is bad. Your bishop is not great. I mean, I do think it's within his powers to find such a move. In fact, I kind of expect him to do that, but still, it's not an obvious thing. So let's see. Oops, flipped it again. Let's see what is coming. So he actually did not take at all. Wow, you see, he kind of believed Hikaru.
Yeah.
Because, he didn't take here. The only reason not to take here is thinking that you're like going to lose that bishop in the trade. And so that means that he didn't actually believe in that move. See, it wasn't so simple. All right. Well, he went queen B3. Okay, well, that is a little bit more helpful to Hikaru, I guess. He gets another move to figure things out. There's definitely interesting kind of lining up with the queen that I think
But I'm confused. Why can't you just, if you want to trade the bishops, yeah, take and play knight
and
b5.
then go knight b5, right?
Yeah.
Well, knight b5, now they can move their bishop. Or even c4. I wonder which one is better. You know, like, because they can actually choose to give up the bishop now. Their queen on a4 is pretty good, but they can also move their bishop back. You know, Hikaru's got to be a little careful with his knight dance on the side of the board. You know what's my favorite part about Reykjavik?
What?
It's the Blue Lagoon.
No.
Yeah, I have some nice memories, guys. I've been to Reykjavik a few times, and every time I would try to visit the Blue Lagoon, and that was pretty awesome. That is a special place. I also like the Icelandic ponies that I would always go horseback riding on. Very gentle.
You know what? I've been to Iceland like 10 times, and every time I think I want to go horseback riding, and I haven't done it yet. So I'm like, next time for sure.
They're really good for beginners, Fiona.
Yeah, and I am a complete beginner. You know, when I was young, I was obsessed with horse riding, and then when my parents allowed me to take my first lesson, like literally 5 minutes into my first lesson, the horse just it got scared by a noise. It went up, I fell off, I broke my arm.
Oh no, wow, no wonder. Yeah, that's a bad memory.
I know.
Wow.
But the Icelandic ponies, I feel I'm bigger now and they are, you know, gentle. So I will return.
Yeah, that's okay. Hikaru is playing like the computer, taking queen b7. So why is this so good? Okay. Well, he doesn't allow c4, right? That's important. Putting a little pressure. Oh, I get it. He wants to like move the bishop. That's why he's protecting the knight. And also, of course, the queen is better in general. And by the way, I mean, queen b5 is certainly an idea he might be looking at.
I have to say, I really like the way Hikaru. At first, I was a little bit confused by all these knight moves, but I kind of like what he's gotten out of it.
Yeah. Well, Hikaru, you know, I think shows his talent in the Fischer random. You know, he's just not like he always manages to not make it standard, right? And he's like kind of surprising us like all the time. And then it actually makes sense, like strategically as well. So am I totally surprised by his approach? No, because by watching him play in St. Louis, like I already understood, like you know, he's got that skill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially these days, he's probably enjoying it more because he's so busy streaming that if he plays classical chess, it probably takes longer for him, you know, to get back into the nitty-gritty of the latest opening theory and all that. So I would imagine that he enjoys playing Fischer random quite a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's nice. It's kind of, I think Hikaru has a good balance, you know, a good balance between all the things that he enjoys to do. And, you know, okay, it's a little bit of a loss for us that he doesn't play as much classical chess. But I mean, still, you know, blitz and rapid is his forte, and he still plays a lot of that. And probably when he's going to play, yeah, it's kind of more of an enjoyable experience. It's like a treat.
Exactly. And meanwhile, what did Hikaru just made a move? What was it?
Well, c3 was played by white.
Yeah, but he made a move on the camera.
By the way, c3 is an interesting move. I think the point of it is to let the queen get away. So from things like queen b5, you would probably be just going, I mean, I don't think you really want to trade. So your idea is to have that escape square for the queen. It's pretty subtle little pawn move by Magnus. What other ideas does this c3 move have? Because you're also like keeping your knight tied down to that pawn. But I think maybe just go back and then start developing.
I think so, because Hikaru played bishop d7 and Magnus just immediately responded queen c2.
Yeah. Hikaru is going to be trying to play for c5, huh? Okay, interesting. He didn't have that as his only plan in this position. There were ideas actually with e5 as well, but it's very double-edged to put that pawn in the way of the bishop, right? Like, how strong was this plan? I don't know, because the knight could go to d4. But yeah, like that was something to think about. I mean, you could even play in that style, and I think Hikaru generally likes that King's Indian style as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sold, Irina. E5, F5.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah.
Well, he's going for a different plan. So Tim says, when finding moves for white, please make sure they're all mistakes. I'll do my best. It's not that hard. Okay. D4. Whoa. He just went pretty radical to stop that move.
Wow.
I mean, why do I say radical? Well, you're giving up a lot of squares in the position to Black's knights just to stop this one pawn push. I mean, I assume that, Hikaru is going to be switching that knight over really fast. That's actually what he does. Wow. Okay, I mean, this can't be bad.
This is getting really weird.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be bad. Am I dressing up for Halloween? What about you, Fiona? You take that question.
I am actually, in general, I don't like Halloween, but I'm going to London this weekend to play in Simon Williams' Crypt Blitz tournament, which is the maddest chess event probably in the world. It's actually played in a crypt, so underground. There are some dead bodies there, and it's a fancy dress blitz tournament. So yeah, that's my costume is like, I don't know how to describe it. You'll see pictures. Follow me on social media.
Oh yeah, Pulse Jelly says Irina doesn't care about Halloween. How did you guess that, guys? How did you guess? Look, I loved Halloween when I was a child. I think I did the cat outfit and the princess. Yeah, but these days I just stay home.
I would, if it wasn't for Simon Williams, I would too, and I would be hiding. hiding at home.
Yeah,
okay, so bishop f5.
All right,
finally this bishop is out.
So why is the computer still kind of liking white a bit? I mean, yeah, I don't see anything terribly wrong with Black's position, so I don't really agree. I still feel like Black is fine. I also feel, Fiona, like at some point, of course, Hikaru is going to be looking at that pawn break because there's no reason for him to keep the isolated A pawn. He wants to split up those pawns, and I think, yeah, very shortly he will be looking at these ideas. Where's this queen going? Big question. Queen B3, I guess that's like the most normal.
B3?
Yeah. Although I guess if you go to B3, then your knight can't go to B3. I don't know if it would want to.
I mean, this pawn structure on the queen side is very peculiar with the gaping holes on C4, C5. The queen did go to B3.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is, I see the computer briefly suggested A5. What is A5? I mean, I would love to exchange my A pawn for that B pawn, but what happens if you take?
So that's the question, right? How do we get this pawn back?
Can we go rook A6 and just double, or is that too slow?
Rook FB8. I mean, rook A6 also makes sense. Yeah, but I don't think he'll probably go for that because it's a little too. Oh wait, he just went for that. I was gonna say it's a little too nebulous how you're getting the pawn back, but he went for it.
So wow. We'll see now. Rook A8 looks natural, but then we'll see how he follows. I think maybe
just queen C7. It's queen, like, okay, let's Let's take a look. Rook A8. Why can't I just attack you and get the pawn back? There's a few. Okay, fine. You want to be stubborn about it, huh? You want to go knight b3 and protect the pawn. And I mean, I still feel like it's not very
knight b3, I
clear.
can. Knight b3, yeah, exactly. I was gonna say I can meet with knight c5, c4.
Yeah, but you also have this idea. And then the problem is that we're not getting the pawn back and the game's opening up, and I don't even know why we're down a pawn, or because this is not, I mean, this is not anybody's dream, is it? I don't know. Can we make a draw like this? If you take, where's my draw, Fiona? Queen b4. Okay, I get the pawn back, it's draw.
And then,
Well, okay. The reason I thought he wouldn't go for a5 is just because I was like, well, it's not so obvious how you're getting the pawn back. It's definitely like an important idea, but I thought he would hold off with that. And so I was a little bit surprised, okay, because, you know, black has to do the work now to get the pawn back, right? It's
on the
quite
bright
obvious.
side, if he gets the pawn back, then it will be, should be very even.
Yeah.
So it's really, the question is, do you get the pawn back without too many concessions? What's the
I was trying to understand this question.
Yeah, me too.
I was really getting into it and like trying to pick up the grammar there, Fiona.
And time not only.
He's playing chess. Of course, he's depressed. Well, I think he said recently that he rather likes to play chess. He said that, you know, in a well-known letter.
I interviewed Magnus at the European Club Cup a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him about this upcoming Reykjavik, and he had quite a funny answer. He was like, well, very soon he won't have any world championship titles, so he's really gonna try and win that one. Something along the lines of that.
And he did well in the European Club Cup, right? I mean, I know he started off with a few wins.
Yeah, he drew the first game and then he won 4, and then he drew the last one he played, where he was under some pressure against Parham, but scored 5 out of 6, which of course was good enough for gold medal on board 1.
And that was in Vienna, right?
It was not in Vienna. It was actually in the Swiss, not the Swiss, the Austrian Alps.
Oh.
So it was lovely. It was in the mountains, and everyone really, really loved the venue.
Wow, that looks wonderful.
Yeah. So actually, Queen C7. So did not start with Rook A8.
Yeah, Queen C7. Well, I'm a little concerned. Concerned is the word about how Hikaru is going to get this pawn back. So Rook A1, right? That's just what we can expect. So what is he going to do? Like target the queen? And what's the point? If the queen goes there, like what was the point of all of that?
Okay, what if we still
taxes.
just... What is even... Okay, this one is nice. So I guess the queen can't go to A4.
Actually, you know what I just realized? This is bad positionally. Like this tactic, it might have won the pawn back, but positionally, this is not that good.
Because C6 is going to be so weak.
Yeah, like this pawn feels really strong, and this is a backwards pawn. The bishop's kind of restricted. Okay, well, I feel like it's not the easiest position to play as black, but
yeah. So let's go back. Hikaru brought the rook to A8 and the other rook to B8.
Right. Yeah. Right. So we looked at something similar to this, right? So he has these ideas. But white has these ideas. We're just protecting the bishop ideas.
I like rook a2 actually.
But I think ultimately white's number one idea is the c4 move. Like really important to open up like kind of all these pieces. And I guess white can prepare this with rook fc1, not the most obvious move, but actually makes a lot of sense because if you're going to sack the knight, and we already know the rook is going to be well placed, I actually can see Magnus playing like rook fc1, preparing c4 and stopping knight takes d4. But yeah, I do think Hikaru's pawn sack was just a little premature. You know, like I just don't see a reason like why he needed to commit to this because it doesn't feel that easy. So I guess, I mean, the pawn is a weakness, but even if the rook would have gone there, it's still so well protected by the knight. You don't really have to worry about it, right? So like there's no threats. The position is essentially fine, right? So when you're essentially fine, and let's say you could go there and okay, trade a pair of knights. As one example, it's not like a super necessary move. Like what's the problem with your position? I mean, this knight anchors everything. Right? So I just think black was very solid. And now, if we think about it, the moves a5, we do, Fiona, when we're afraid of getting stuck with this weakness and we've got to act quickly before things get bad. But that's just not the situation. Right? So I feel like this is creating problems where there really weren't any. And now, like, what's the best scenario for black? I mean, getting the pawn back and trading off everything, right? Am I spinning a nice tale for you there, Fiona?
No, I agree. I think a5 was a little bit rushed. It's hard to say what exactly Hikaru was thinking because I don't think he could calculate that he would get the pawn back for sure.
Look, rook fc1 on the board.
And I was actually going to ask.
I predict Magnus's moves.
And I was going to ask you because I saw earlier that the computer still flagged because you were saying rook c1 to stop knight d4, and I completely believed you. And now the engine still wants to play knight takes
still wants
d4.
To do it, yeah.
So what's that about?
Well, okay. So there's knight takes d4, pawn takes, rook b2, rook c6. I mean, yeah, well, Hikaru is going to have to do the calculation to figure this out, right? He knows things are going to get bad. Like, he knows this is coming.
So let's have a look.
If he goes there. Yeah, the reason you're not going to take with the knight is because that knight's going to hang. So you're going to take with the pawn. And why this is okay for black is still a mystery to me. I mean, you're down a pawn. White's pieces look pretty decent. The king is safe. And now this is the only move. So why is this so amazing?
Yeah, I mean, look
no
at
one
this.
Knows.
Like,
I mean, is there
zeros.
a tactic with bishop d4? Maybe. Okay, but it's kind of hard to believe. But well,
what
also,
if I play e3? Ah, bishop. Okay. So there's these two threats.
Yeah, he needs to go for this, actually, guys. He needs to do that because at least here he has the bishop pair. His knight's pretty good. The rook's active. I think he will go for that. Oh, no. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't go. It was too hard. It was too hard against that rook. You know, Fiona? Magnus just discouraged him. Oh, but now we're in trouble, guys. There is trouble brewing with this move coming soon. So,
okay, don't be. We need to be more optimistic.
Yes, I can't be pessimistic. That's right, Fiona.
It's not so bad. It's not so bad just yet.
All right. Yeah, and y'all, I'm stressed. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that way too. Oh, we definitely don't want Hikaru to lose here. So knight takes. You got to kind of take with bishop, right? I mean, pawn takes is also possible, but let's say take with the bishop. And this is the move we don't want to see. But it's also the move we know he's going to play. That's like
Okay,
the whole
so
point.
if we drop the knight back,
Yeah, I mean, oh, this is not obvious. For example, the computer is giving this move, but that makes like so little sense. Like you're giving up the pawn, and I guess you're trying to say that the A pawn is strong enough. I mean, that's
very
like, okay, that's a
confusing.
tough call, but okay,
Yeah.
I know Magnus can do it. Like I know this type of evaluation. He actually said in his Alex Friedman podcast that what the strongest part of his game is evaluation.
Yeah.
He's able
Really?
to look at this position, and to me, it's like, oh, you
Interesting.
just gave the pawn back, and you gave me a strong knight, and everything looks pretty good for black. And he's probably going to be able to be like, oh no, you're still going to be worse because I'm going to challenge your knight, and like this A pawn is going to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is just so good at these things. It's just unbelievable. If he's seen all of this and evaluated it correctly, it's really, really impressive. By the way, I see the chat is getting a little bit worried about the time, but both players are dealing with the same situation. Both of them just under 6 minutes.
Well, I don't think, that he's going to have calculated knight e4 because, when you're playing rook c1, there's no need to calculate this move. It's not a very forcing move. And there's so many other things that black can do, right? But once he's faced with knight e4, then he has to make these calculations.
And Magnus has just captured on e4. Bishop takes e4 is on the board.
Well, I mean, if he goes c4, it's pretty brilliant. It is really a masterful evaluation.
Yeah. Do you think he will?
I think he will. Yeah, I got some confidence in the world champion.
I'm very curious. I mean, I always find it so impressive, really, what you were talking about, not just calculating it, but then evaluating these resulting positions so well.
Oh,
no,
he doesn't. All right. Well,
he doesn't. That's good news.
That's good news. That's good news for sure. I mean, it's still a good move. That's the problem. It's still very similar. Irina cheering for Magnus. No, I'm not. I like chess, guys. I want people to find good moves in general. But yeah, no, I definitely want Hikaru to save this game. But it's tricky. It's tricky after this trade. The problem is knight d2 was a good move.
Yeah, the problem is we're still down this pawn and the white pieces are still quite well placed. The knight from d2 is...
Can we try this tactic, or is it just not working at all? Like it's the same issue that we've had before. We lose the pawn and we don't even have a bishop we can use to pull back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we're just down a pawn.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah. All right, so what are we going to do? The other option is this, trying to open up this bishop.
Actually, have we had some moves? I think we've had some moves, right?
He played that. That's good. That's good.
Okay, still, I think, I always think if we're down a pawn, but the engine doesn't give the evaluation as more than +1, life is not so bad. Things are far from hopeless.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we want to go here, Fiona. And kind of clamp down on the queen side, then those two pieces will become bad. And, white's extra pawn is not so easy to use. Okay.
Yeah, what does Magnus do now if he doesn't want to allow c4?
It was interesting. Women Life Freedom shirt is getting lots of exposure. Now, what is that exactly? What is that slogan supposed to mean? If you wear a shirt that says women, life, and freedom, what do you think, Fiona? Do you have an interpretation of that?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of it. I have no idea if it's about... Maybe it has to do with the Iran situation.
Oh, women deserve life and freedom. Well, yeah, it's kind of obvious. Iranian protest. Ah, okay. Wow. Okay. C5.
Okay, C5, and now what?
Yeah, Magnus is still thinking. Okay.
3 minutes, by the way, for Magnus.
Yeah, he's got to make 6 moves. What other ideas do we have, Fiona? I mean, I guess C4 is the main one. There's also this corollary idea of knight D6. C4 would be nice, and then like a little tactic on D4. That would be sweet. That's not going to happen, but
no, but we can dream.
Let's just make a move like Rook A2. I mean, this looks very reasonable. Just protect the bishop. So what do we want? Do we want C4? Do we want knight D6? I mean, if we go there, it's interesting. What are we threatening from this position? Are we threatening Rook B5, Fiona, and winning this pawn?
Finally. I mean, life would be so good if we could finally pick up.
Yeah, there you go. We found a good line for Hikaru. He's doing the resign look. I hope not. I don't think he's going to lose this game. Rook C2. Okay, so now we have a lot of moves. We could go knight D6.
But the evaluation is going down and down. I'm getting more and more optimistic.
Yeah, we should put on, the shirt should be Hikaru, life and freedom, right? As Hikaru makes his comeback in this game.
The Rook A6. And we try and target the A-pawn or what?
Okay, so which move do I like? C4 is like the positional move. I guess Magnus is trying to tuck this bishop away. And then go one day, maybe Rook A2. Knight D6 makes a lot of sense to me. This move makes a lot of sense. Thankfully, you don't have bishop A3 because of Rook A5. But if you go there and I take, I mean, it looks pretty good for black. I don't know, the computer is not loving it, but it does look pretty decent. And he doesn't love it because of this idea, but oh, we cannot take the pawn. We actually, it's not that we get a bad pawn structure if we take the pawn, Fiona. We're actually losing a piece. We actually are losing a piece, a whole piece.
Oof. No, this is
because that rook is free, or that rook is free. That bishop A3 move is nasty, yeah?
Yeah.
Because then you're kind of, you're going to trade and keep your pawn. All right, let's go back. Let's see what's going on. So Hikaru has a big choice here. Wow, and he's got 2.5 minutes. Now he knows this is important. All right, let's send Hikaru some power for this.
Some flower power. Guys, it's time. Your time to shine. Let's see those copy pastas. And
all
there
right,
it is.
So he went for C4. Okay, that's like the positional move. That's fine. I mean, these pieces are awkward, right? So, okay, of course, white has this typical E4 idea, which I look at, but okay, then there's E6. I guess that's what Hikaru is planning. Doesn't seem clearly bad. I mean, he's really trying to play against this bishop, guys, and against that pawn. Of course, the problem is you can't, well, ooh, knight F3, and he just instantly played knight A7, like no hesitation at all, and that might not have been such a good move, but okay, I mean, he's trying to win the pawn, so the question is that going to work?
I'm surprised to see the bar drop so much, because I mean, if I didn't have the evaluation, I would actually like this idea of just going knight C6,
right,
and trying to pick up the pawn.
Right. Oh, there's a few annoying ideas here, Fiona. And this one is also annoying because we can't play rook b6. He's going to make us give up 2 rooks for the queen. That's Magnus's evil plan. And, then
is it
we're
so
not in
terrible?
good shape there.
Is it so bad?
Yeah, well, it's not a great position. I wouldn't want to be black here at all, Fiona. Again,
Yeah, but is it worse than what we had?
had where? In the last game?
No, I mean here, like let's say even in the current position.
Yeah, we'll see. Hikaru is like, nope, not doing that. Let's go for counterplay. All right,
Okay.
it's getting desperate. It is, you feel the desperation, right? Man, I'm going to be so sad about that A5 move. Please, Hikaru, try to save this.
Okay, I think we really need Magnus to not play rook d1, which he hasn't. He's captured on e5.
Okay. Just make your orders, Fiona, your requests about what he shouldn't do, okay?
Yeah.
Just don't play that move, Magnus. The bishop is coming here, isn't he?
Okay, but still it's not over.
I mean, okay.
Like, I understand
you
we're
can't even go knight
suffering.
c6. I mean,
okay, let's go to b5 instead.
Yeah, I guess if you go there, I can take you, right? There's.
But
Yeah.
c3 is also hanging. Yeah. Or and the bishop as well, yeah.
All right. I mean, I really don't like the. Oh, wait. wait. Oh, he wants to go here. Win the rook. There's no bishop d4. Okay, cool move by Hikaru. You see, the check here wasn't that strong, guys, because of f3. But he goes there, and then he kind of wants to go knight b5. All right. I mean, he's mustered up some play. Now they're down to the 30 after 30 moves. All right, guys, this is crunch time. That's for sure.
Honestly, I have to say I'm impressed with how I agree with you. A5 was not the best, but the way he's handled it afterwards, you know, just keeping the position alive, keeping some chances. I still think he is far from lost here. We also saw Magnus slip up in the very first game against Fedoseev with an uncharacteristic blunder. So
yeah,
things are far from lost.
Hikaru is pretty resourceful. Oh yeah. Oh, he is. Okay, so he's threatening the rook. How does Magnus? And he's also threatening knight b5. I mean, these two moves are just coming. So let's look at it. Let's look at it, Fiona. How does he save this pawn? Or does he not save the pawn? Well, what happens on this? Do we just go crazy with d4? Or no, we just take the pawn. Don't go crazy.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Oh, actually, by the way, look at that. You can go crazy with d4. I mean, you can also take, yeah, which is a safe move and you're fine. But so that's the issue for Magnus, is that he's supposed to sack this pawn, which is it's not so simple. Like, what's the idea? You sack the pawn and you invade like somewhere to c6, I guess. I guess that's the point, isn't it? Try to pin all your hopes on this pawn.
The pawn does look scary.
Just like what, we can't take it? We gotta come up with something else.
No.
We gotta go like queen here. Oh, so that we have that move. Okay, this is kind of tough for Hikaru, though.
Yeah.
Some of these things are hard to
So
find.
let's see. In the game, a6.
Instead of f3. Whoa! He just.
Oh my goodness!
Oh man! Wait, can we get those cameras up? I want to see that expression.
My God.
No, this is good. Oh man!
This is so crazy.
With like 5 minutes on the clock. Maybe he meant to do it in the wrong order. He did it in the wrong order, maybe.
God. This is
oh
insane.
Man! Oh man! I mean, look, that really just makes me feel. It just makes me feel better. Honestly, guys, when you see the world champion doing things like that, like hanging a rook in one move. Like,
I mean, what did I say? We have seen him slip up in the game again.
Yes. Oh man. But I mean, oh, that's so painful.
Goodness.
That's so painful.
And Magnus is devastated. I mean, earlier that was such an uncharacteristic blunder against Fedoseev, but this is just, you know, it literally, when you showed that rook b3 was breaking the connection, I thought about the blunder in the previous move, and I thought surely he's not going to miss queen e4. But no.
I mean, I'll be honest. It's hard to blunder that move. Like, it is hard, especially with he had 5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
Well, that's incredible. That's incredible. Okay. No, I guess I won't quit chess. No. I mean, I wasn't going to anyway, but I mean, it just shows you crazy things can happen, right? Just
let's catch up with the live position.
That's like a whole rook. That is a whole rook, man. All right, now Hikaru just needs to win. Oh.
I mean, how is Magnus still alive?
Well, he's tricky. He's a tricky dude. Hikaru's gonna have to win up the exchange. Hopefully he can do that. Yeah. Good work, Irina. Yes, we're doing our potions here, guys, as we're commentating. I know. No, I did think about, to make it look equivalent to what I did, it would mean Hikaru would have to lose this position, but nah, I can't hope for such a tragedy to happen to anybody else. I mean, I really think what I did is the stupidest thing ever, possible, so I don't know if anyone can outdo me in that.
No, okay, yeah, I think Hikaru is he's not gonna lose this one. But he will still have to do a little bit of work to win it, actually.
Yeah.
You are one of us, Irina.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful.
Do you take solace in that?
No, I've already started working on things, guys. Already started, like I said, just doing more stuff every day. And actually, I've been doing these chess.com puzzles. In a way, I was never such a fan of doing stuff online, because I feel if you want to train your calculation skills, it's better to do things in a book. But I was I'm actually just weak at seeing the simple things, the two movers or whatever. And you don't need to do the puzzles that take you 15 minutes or 30 minutes to think about. Why don't you just work in your geometry?
Sorry, Irina.
Great puzzles for that.
Sorry, we have a lot of moves coming in.
Oh, yeah. Okay, trade. And okay. Hikaru is going to be trying to win this position, which should be quite doable.
What is the plan, do you think, to break through here?
Well, the plan is, I think Magnus is going to try to put a pawn here, pawns on light squares, cement this bishop like that, and then be okay, you can't really break through. And then he'll also try to put a king here, so that in case we ever try to go that way around, that the king could be here. That's the plan, right? So now we need to think about how we're going to get through that. Well, I don't know. Okay, he just played king e6, yeah, f3, because on this move he needs to be ready to play h4. Yeah, this is the kind of position where you can easily not win. So let's think a little bit. All right, Hikaru, show us that technique. E3. Okay. So, right. Well, Magnus is, yeah, I think what it is.
Can we just bring around the king to b3 and take on c3?
Yeah, that's the idea. That's definitely the idea. And I think you're probably quick enough. This kind of plan of coming in with a king is probably not enough.
The problem is, if king f4, do we have rook h1?
Yep, you do, and it wins you a tempo. Yep, exactly. No, I think Hikaru with his blitz skills, it's not going to have problems here. Kind of amazing. I mean, what just happened, right?
It's actually incredible.
No, I mean, I think, it's they're all inspired by my play, Fiona. They're how do we make worse blunders? Oh.
No, I think Hikaru, he has the time and he sees the plan. And we see him on the camera looking very confident. Magnus is gonna have a rough night of sleep tonight.
Yeah, no, that's a bad feeling. I mean, for him to do that. Do you know that actually? All right, I'm gonna reveal a secret to you, Fiona.
Okay.
Do you know that in the Blitz game that I played with Magnus, he blundered that exact same tactic?
Seriously?
A double attack like that, and not on the queen and the rook, but on the queen on the king and the knight.
When and
double
where
attack
was this?
In the center of the board. It was like not an official game, but in New York, one time.
Oh, wow.
About
That's
close to 10 years ago. And
that's really funny.
And yeah, it's like the same type of just pure double attack, you know, queen attack on two pieces, same thing, you know. Interesting that maybe he has a little bit of a
maybe he also needs to go back to that, you know, those online tactics.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting. Everyone has like little, like, I'll tell you what I'm not so good at seeing. I'm not as good at seeing queen sacrifices. I don't know if that's just me, but I always feel like it's always like less intuitive to me to see a queen sack, unless it's like a totally clear pattern, right? Like,
sorry, Irina. Magnus has actually resigned, and we see him shaking his head in disgust, really. But what a huge result for Hikaru, who takes the sole lead of Group B after day one with a perfect 4 out of 4.
Wow. Yeah, great job by Hikaru. See, guys, you stuck around through the tough times in this game, and we were rewarded because beating Magnus Carlsen, that's a pretty big deal. That is.
Massive. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, well, let's just take a look at this key moment. They just came out of the 30 moves, right? So Hikaru's 30th move was rook b3. They got an additional 5 minutes. And this move was quite clever, right? Like, it's like attack to the pawn, but it also threatened this. And I mean, my feeling, I don't know, Fiona, I do think that either he just blundered this or like forgot about it, saw it, then forgot.
Yeah.
I think it's also plausible that maybe he played the second move of his line. Like maybe he meant to do this and then to play that. I mean, sometimes it happens. It can happen to a player to mix things up in their minds. But do you think like maybe, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That would be interesting.
It could also just sort of be a brain fart that he saw the rook takes c3 threat and he thought, oh, that's not a big deal. But
I'll tell you something, Fiona. You know why what my problem is with that?
Mm-hmm.
If he only thought this was the threat, he would have just played there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good move, good enough move, right? I don't know. Well, I mean, okay, he doesn't have to, but it's a pretty good move. And the reason it doesn't work is, again, because of that. So it's kind of like, so he just decided, oh, yeah, I guess I'm going to give up the pawn. And then I'm going to win, right? Yeah, I guess he was focused on the pawn. You're probably right. Man, you got to be careful against that tricky Hikaru.
I know.
Okay, guys.
I still can't believe it. Like, I was still optimistic that Hikaru might hold on, but suddenly, I mean, I blanked when Magnus played a6 for a second, and then I looked at the chat and I was like, whoa. What is happening? You guys asking, is he coming for an interview? I believe he is. We will let you know. For now, maybe we can go, Irina, to the other games, which are, I believe, all? No.
Yeah.
So
let's take a look while we wait for Hikaru.
Sattarov beat... Oh, he's here.
Hikaru's here.
That was fast.
Yeah, that was really fast. He's very good at appearing on his channel, isn't he?
I know. I mean, there's a 5-minute delay, but still. Hikaru, congratulations. I think you're muted. Or...
Yeah, I should not be muted.
No, now it's fine.
Okay, yeah, I just set up the volume. Yeah.
Hikaru, congratulations. My first question has got to be, what went through your mind when Magnus played a6?
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised by it. I think, he slipped. He had one of those moments where he completely forgot what was going on. After the game, he said that he wanted to play a different order. He wanted to play F3, Knight B5, and then A6, and he just played A6. So, I mean, I don't know if that's actually the case, but it does sound pretty reasonable. So, it was just shocking to put it mildly. But as I said in the interview with NRK, over the years, I mean, I feel like I've made, I don't know, I want to say, if I'm being generous, at least 10 complete blunders in random positions, which cost me games. So it's kind of nice to at least get one.
So Hikaru, are you happy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a great start. I'm not super happy with my play. I think definitely I'm a little bit rusty from only playing online. The first match in particular was crazy because this first game against Bluebaum, I probably should have won it quite convincingly, and then basically it got really, really messy. And at one point, I think I was losing it. I mean, luckily he made the final blunder to win, but I'm happy with the result, but I'm not super happy with my play. But again, you'll always take it.
Yeah. What about in your game? Oh, let's talk about your games with Magnus, actually.
Yeah.
So let me find those. Here we go. Your first game had this interesting move, F4, which got you into some trouble in the opening. Well, first of all, tell us about G5.
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, I mean, it was very surprising. I actually looked at something similar right before not this exact line, but something similar where white goes like a G3 or a G4 to go with bishop on H1. It didn't work in that situation, but I had looked at something that Magnus played this, and it's completely crazy. After the game, or in between the first and second game of the match, as all the players are sequestered, so we're in this little area, and there was a huge analysis going on. So I'm kind of curious if we can see what the evaluation is after Queen H8. Knight F6, Queen G7, Rook G8, Queen H6, D5, F4.
It's
obviously none of us have access to engines, but yeah, after F4, Rook G6, Queen G5, takes, Knight E4, D3, Knight D6, and then like G3. And what's the evaluation? Is Magnus right or is Magnus wrong? Magnus is right. Okay. So no, because there's this big discussion between pretty much all the players. I'm sure Leonard took a few pictures, so there will be there will be probably a picture from this moment. But I mean, Jan was saying that like white has to be better here. Magnus was saying that after B5 and A5, black is probably better. So there's this huge discussion going on. And Magnus thought black was better, some of us thought white was better, but it's just a complete mess.
So wait, Hikaru, you're telling us that the players are actually analyzing together, kind of like at the St. Louis.
Well, it's different. Event? I mean, basically between the first and second game of the match, the players are in this little area, and they can. At least we haven't been told that we can't. So it's like, I mean, I think after my first game against Bluebaum, I was looking at some stuff with Fedoseev just a little bit. And then Wesley as well. And then Magnus, I think, was looking at something with Jan. So in between the games, yes, but not in terms of the pure preparation before the start, when you first get the position and you start playing the match. It's only in between the first and the second games.
So what happens before the very first game? Like, what are you supposed to be doing?
So everyone's just standing around in the lobby waiting to get the position. Then we get escorted to like this back area where we can analyze with our trainers or just read a book. And yeah, that's what happens. And then in between the first and second games, we're in this little area underground. I guess it's just in the -1 level. And so we're all there for like 10, 15 minutes because of course you can't go out because then you could talk and you could figure out like what the best moves are, obviously. So we're all stuck there. So we inevitably end up just looking at games and analyzing.
Tell us, Hikaru, who are the seconds of all the other players?
So Wesley doesn't have a second. I don't believe Noterbeck has a second. I obviously am here on my own. So that's 3 of the players. Vidyugov is with Nepo. Obviously, Peter Heine is with Magnus. I think is it Don or Domchenko? I always get them confused. One of those guys, the German guy, the German kid.
Alexander Domchenko.
Right, so he's here with, I believe, Fedoseev, and then who are the other 2 players? The Icelandic player, I don't think has someone here. I could be wrong on that.
And Bluebaum.
And then Bluebaum is here, also I think on his own as well. So most of the players are here on their own.
Let me ask you, you said the players can either look at, so in the first 15 minutes, they can either look at something or read a book. Is that what you were doing, or did you come
I wasn't reading a book, but much like St. Louis, I was just thinking about what the possible moves are and sort of at the board figuring it all out.
And just give us your general impressions. Day one, it's Iceland. It's the 50th anniversary of Fischer Spassky. What's the atmosphere there? What's the atmosphere like? How are you enjoying yourself so far?
I mean, I'm really enjoying it. I came a few days early, so I saw a couple of the landmarks, things that I hadn't seen in nearly 20 years. Overall, I mean, the organization has been great, and really just being able to analyze the game with players. There's a sort of spirit, and everyone's so giddy about just analyzing because we really have no idea what's going on, and that's kind of a reminder, I want to say, for most of us of the early days of chess. I mean, maybe. Well, I guess actually all of us here pretty much are like that, where when we were starting, we didn't have computers. You didn't have engines able to tell you what the best things were immediately, or at least not with the same clarity as now. And it's been really enjoyable. And as I said, when I briefly popped in between the matches, I think at the end of the day, all of us here we're like frenemies. Obviously, we're very competitive and we want to win. But at the end of the day, I mean, you also want to learn something. And so just hearing the different opinions, what everyone thinks about the various positions and various lines, it's a lot of fun.
So Hikaru, you're saying that basically this between your first and second game with Magnus, that's when you guys were all analyzing this position that Magnus had done, this G5 move, and that's when they had those different opinions about this exact position.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like basically. So Jan was trying to argue this whole F4 line is better for white. Magnus is arguing it's better for black. And then I think we ended up looking at a bunch of other lines like Fedoseev and Wesley. Like I said, there's a picture of, I think, like all of us basically around one board looking at stuff. And yeah, it's just, I mean, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, Magnus thought black was better here. Jan thought white was better. I also thought white probably is better. So clearly Magnus is the best player, as we see, based on the evaluation at least.
It's those evaluation skills that he talked about in his Lex Friedman podcast.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So it's a lot of fun. And like I said, it's not something, I mean, it's something that happened, I think, when most of us were much younger, but probably in the last like decade, at least, players don't really analyze. And again, it's usually about one or two moves, but right from the get-go in Fischer Random, you have no idea what's going on. And everyone has their own opinion about, this move, that move, even this position that you see on the board right now. And so it's just great to hear what people think and see like that pure thought process.
So, I'll go ahead, Fiona.
Oh, I was just going to ask, as you mentioned, you don't play that much over the board chess these days. How does playing over the board Fischer Random and classical chess compare? Do you have a preference?
I mean, Fischer Random is much better than classical chess. It goes without saying. I think, the main reason I would say that is frankly because, again, it's a reminder of like the early days when I was playing chess where you don't have theory, you don't know what's going on. And you just, from the very get-go, it's something interesting, something different. And so many games, I mean, when you play classical chess, it comes down to, someone has one little idea, one novelty in this or that position. And there's nothing like fundamentally new that you learn. But like when we play Fischer Random, in all these games, you feel like every position, it's interesting, it's chaotic from the very get-go, and in many ways you feel like a kid again. You feel like it's just like you don't know what the heck you're doing, and you're just trying not to make big blunders.
Hikaru, do you feel like, did Magnus blunder this castle's queenside move? Was he kind of surprised at that? Because that was a cool move that you played in that first game.
I mean, I don't think so. I sort of my attitude, especially after St. Louis, where I lost this horrible game to Jan. He made this great rook sacrifice. I think most people are familiar with it. Is sort of that material, I think, matters a little bit less. And so I felt like the way that I played sacrificing the pawn with e4 and going for all this, it felt right. It felt very kind of like Alpha Zero-ish. Like you give up a pawn, but you get quick development. I thought Magnus actually played really well, finding queen f6, knight 6 castles, and a5, and I thought I had to force a draw. But I think he saw it, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right, so going back to the second game, so the key moment, I guess, for us watching this game, let's look at it from your perspective, was, I mean,
I thought it was just better somewhere around. I think actually allowing him to play d4 was a mistake. I felt that basically somewhere around here I should have been better without rook c8. Maybe I don't know if it was like knight b5 or d4 or some e5 idea, but I felt like I should have been better here. That was just my intuitive feel about the position, but evidently it's I guess it's nothing. Maybe instead of bishop d7, can you go back 2 more moves?
Mm-hmm.
Right about here, yeah. I felt like I had to be better.
Yeah, e5 was interesting. We were talking about this, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess maybe rook e8 and e5 or something. Again, I felt like I had to be better, but I wasn't sure. And then I played this, of course, this horrible a5 move, which was just I thought I'd be able to win the pawn back, and then to my horror, I'm not. I don't think I was able to, at least. And
yeah, what did you miss here, Hikaru? Like after?
Well, I thought after b takes a5, my idea was to play rook a8. But the problem is after rook a8, I think white can play c4 for starters on top of rook a1. Like I think rook a1 is best move, but even c4 and white's never in any danger. Or at least I thought white's never in danger. Maybe I'm just a bad chess player because I see the computer's not recommending it as a top 3 move.
Maybe
but
because maybe just because you equalize. I don't know, because they take and take the pawn. Yeah.
Wait, what? How? c4?
I can take everything and take the pawn in a5. I thought no.
Yeah, but then I thought there's knight e5. I mean.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe I have the wrong position. Maybe it's rook a1, rook b8, and then maybe I've got the wrong position. Maybe instead after rook a8 is rook a1, rook b8, c4. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rook a1, and then rook f8, and then c4. That's the one I'm thinking of. Or maybe again, computer doesn't like it. So what do I know? But
you know what's interesting in this game is that I think there's one interesting moment where he played knight d2, which also was good. But I mean, by the way, did you consider that he could actually go c4? We were wondering if such a move like comes into your minds or not. Yeah, because that's the thing. You lose the pawn, but positionally the computer likes white. He just kind of goes and trades everything.
Yeah, I mean, okay, in a classical game, I can see this. In a rapid blitz game, in particular with no increment, this is much too deep.
It definitely felt kind of like not obvious, right? To just give away that pawn and give the knight the outpost.
I mean, I think there's a good chance Magnus might have found this in a classical game. But again, in this rapid format where there's no increment until move 30, I think it's asking a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and yeah, you had to defend quite well, Hikaru. I mean, what was your feeling like in this part of the game? Like, how did you keep things alive? Like, let's say even this moment.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I thought I just had to play c4 and hope for something. I wasn't really sure what was going on. But yeah, I just tried not to blunder, and it kind of worked out.
The e5 was also kind of nice, like to get some counterplay here.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like somewhere around here, instead of bishop c5, there might have been like a rook d1 that was really good that he missed. I think there was like a rook d1, knight b5, bishop b4 instead of a knight takes e5. Did you go back 2 moves?
Guys, I'm really sorry. Someone is knocking on my door. I'll be right back.
That's okay. But anyway, at the end of the day, once I got rook b3, I thought I actually should be okay, although I guess computer still doesn't love it for me after rook d2. But it's messy enough that there are a lot of tricks here, I felt like. Because we also only get 5 minutes. It's the second time control is just 5 minutes.
Did it ever stress you later when Magnus got his queen to b7? Did you feel like you had to be careful,
I mean, the thing is that I felt like I wasn't sure if queen b5 was the cleanest. Of course, when I played rook b1, I saw the whole line with the rook versus the bishop. But basically, the thing is I didn't see a clean win where I keep all the material and win on spots. So it's like, okay, this endgame has to be winning just because of the pawns being on c4 and c3. And I don't know. I figured it's got to be a win. If it's not a win, so be it.
Tomorrow, because of the way the pool pairings work, you're actually going to be playing, if I'm not mistaken, 4 games against Fischer. Is that correct?
Is it 4? I mean, I don't know what the format is. I know you play I believe it's 6 mini matches. I don't really understand why. It's not just like 3-4 game matches, honestly. Like, I don't know why I didn't just play Bluebaum 4 games, stay 4 games against Magnus tomorrow, etc. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But obviously, to be leading is very good.
4 games against the big fish tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into that?
Not a whole lot. Just try to play good chess. I feel like I'm playing myself into form. Unfortunately, I have 4 match points. 4 match points, I believe, if I understand correctly. So I'm leading, and it's all good. So that's how it goes.
Wait, so how does that work? Like, you're playing 4 games against 1 player tomorrow. What's the idea of that?
I think it's just the formatting with 6 mini matches. I mean, like I said, I really don't understand why we don't just play 4 games on one day against a single opponent, have like 3 long matches. I don't get it, because you can also, after 2 games, you can still flip the positions. So you get two unique positions, but you know, the format is what it is, and that's how it goes. So yeah, I'm just happy, and we'll see how tomorrow goes. So I'm looking forward to it, you guys.
Final question. This is a time control, at least I had never seen before. What do you make of the time control? Also, thank you to chess.com coming in with 3K viewers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the time control, it's tricky because you don't want to be too fast because you have 25 minutes, but there's also no increment, which means you kind of have to be fast at certain critical moments. And yeah, it's tricky, but I feel like I've played reasonably well so far with time control, and yeah, I can't complain.
And I think unless Irina has another question, we'll probably let you go soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
one question, Hikaru.
Yeah.
So like the fact that you're playing 4 games against FedoSave tomorrow, that's just like the luck of the draw. It could have been like 4 games against Magnus if it was done in or not.
Yeah, no, I think it could have if we'd gotten the right numbers in the sequence. I mean, does that mean Magnus plays 4 games? Yeah, Magnus plays 4 games against Bluebaum tomorrow, right?
Right. I guess that's the only other
insane.
option.
Yeah, that's just insane. But anyway, you know, the format is what it is. I can't complain. So that's how it goes.
So 4 games against FedoSave. Well, that sounds good, Hikaru. We're looking forward to it. I'm really excited. I enjoy watching your games, right, Fiona? We've had a lot of fun today.
Absolutely. It was, and well, congratulations on a perfect start, and kept us all thoroughly entertained. And yeah, as Irina said, best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening. I'll do a recap for YouTube just for people who are wondering as well, so they can look forward to that later.
Fantastic. Cheers, Hikaru. Have a good one.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
Bye, Hikaru. All right, guys. So, well, that was a great day of chess. I think things went as well as they could for our guy Hikaru, and he pulled out, I think, a tough victory against Magnus Carlsen in their 2-game match.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible day. Tomorrow we'll get 4 more games, all of them against Bluebaum. And yeah, I think, Irina, you will be here again calling the shots.
Yeah.
With
someone. Yeah. Is it Benjamin? I feel like it might be Benjamin.
I thought
I can check the schedule. Hold on.
Tune in tomorrow, guys, for surprise commentator.
Yeah, it's 1 second. Let me make sure
it is Ben.
I know it's definitely me.
It is Benjamin.
It is Benjamin. Yeah, I think I have Benjamin, and then next day we Jennifer. Jennifer is joining us, right? Yeah, Jen.
which I'm super excited for.
Yeah, it's always a nice pairing. And Irina and XQC. Yeah, that would be funny. I mean, why not? Special guest, yay! That would be pretty. I don't know, guys, if I can.
No, Irina, let's not go there.
That requires some special approach.
A topic for another day.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, this is all from us.
Yeah.
This is all right,
guys. It was fun, and we are gonna see you tomorrow. So tune in at around 11 a.m. Eastern for another 4 or 5 hours of great chess by Hikaru. We'll see you then.
Also, I think, are we still live? I think we're coming over. I think we're going to my channel. I need like a minute.